Order. Order. We are glad and happy to announce that the Prime Minister has arrived. He is in our VIP lounge. We've allowed him to take some long rest. He left his country very early for the airport, so he's resting. We can proceed with business after finance presentation, and then he will come in and continue with other items on the order paper. So the first item is the administration of oath. And I intend to give a statement on the issue of DRC, but I think it's proper that we proceed with all other business, and at the right time, I'll give a statement or explanation in terms of the legalities, and that issue, I think, will be solved any minute from now. So I invite the clerk to lead us in the swearing in.
Honorable President, there are 4 designated members of national parliaments to be sworn in this morning. They'll be called in alphabetical order of their countries. And I would request the plenary staff to bring them to the podium. From Equatorial Guinea, Senator Jesusa Obono Egono Nchama. and Honorable Senator Saturnino Oke Osono Bindang.
Yo.
I, Saturnino Oke Osono Bindang, hereby swear solemnly that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the African people. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all the objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. Thank you.
From Liberia, Paul Luther Sandy Collins. Okay, it appears that the member is not in it. Okay. Apologies for that. Honorable Michael Opeimi Bamidele from Nigeria. Honorable President, this brings to an end the list of designated members to be sworn in this morning. Thank you.
Can we welcome them? We will move to the presentation and debate on the report on PAP budget for 2024 and budget allocations for 2025. And that will include the report on the draft model law on cooperatives. Honorable Muntaka.
Good morning, colleagues. Colleagues, Mr. President, before I say anything, let me apologize to those who are holding the English version of the report. I just noticed that some of the corrections that we did yesterday that was supposed to have been taken off the report has been left out in the report as cancelled test in the English version. My clerk just drew my attention to mention it. So please forgive us for the untidy nature of it, because I was sure that the clerk of the committee was going to ensure that what we finally gave was what was going to be printed, but something else was printed, even though the chunk of the tests are still the same. So please forgive us. Mr. President, I'm here to make the presentation and encourage debates on the report on Pan-African Parliament budget for 2025. Now, Mr. President, before I do that, I want the Hansard to capture the full report as having been read, whilst I concentrate on the salient points so that we can make time, since almost everyone is holding a copy of the report. So, President, I will take the House a little back to how we fared in 2023. In 2023, as you all recall, we had a budget that was heavily cut, and the budget we finally got approved by AU was 11,992,597 US dollars. And if you look at the table that follows that, the committee tried to show you the trend since 2021. And we are doing this to buttress a point that consistently our budget is being cut by the AU, and this is really affecting what we had to do. You'll see that in 2021, the total budget that was approved for PAP was 11.8 million, roughly 11.9. Then in 2022, after we struggled to get the heads of states in Zambia to push AUC to give us some additional money with additional 600,000, we ended up getting 12.6. And in 2023, for whatever reason, they took us back to 11.9. And in 2024, they further cut to 10.5. Colleagues, in 2023, I know we are back to it even now. The total budget that was given us for the session and committee for the whole year was 1.4 million. In much the same way, if I take you back to 2019, you realize that in 2019, the total budget that was given us for committee and session, plenary session, that's statutory meetings, for the whole year was 4 million. Now in 2020, it was cut to 3.1. Then we had COVID, and austerities and the difficulties came in, and this was further cut to 1.5. Then in 2022, when we had resumed and gotten the bureau in, and we're making frantic efforts to move PAP forward, the budget appreciated from the 1.5 to 2.4 million. We don't know for whatever reason, in 2023, even when we have spent 2.3 million of the 2.4 that was given us, for those of you who were here, you recollect that we met in June and October. We missed one committee session. But even with that, we were able to use 2.3 million. Yet, in 2023, we were giving only 1.4 million. And when we met at the bureaucracies, I recollect very well that some of us insisted that even if it means taking the money that we have to do just one committee and one session, let's do that whilst we pursue the heads of state for supplementary budget. This was done in 2023, but unfortunately, just as we had written letters and were pursuing the AU for supplementary budget, we ourselves dipped into crisis of leadership. And obviously, AU will always take advantage of our crisis to deny us whatever is due us. And because of the crisis that we had, the supplementary budget never came, and hence we ended up even spending far more than we anticipated in 2023, even though we operated up to August. Colleagues, this 2024, even though I'm here to get there, but because of the similarities, I want to state that for 2024, the same thing happened. They've given us just a little over 1.4 million to operate both committee and plenary for the whole year. And when we met at the bureaucracies, I again argued that if we were to split the 500,000 and 530,000 that was allocated to us for 2024, that's this year, for 2 committees, and then the 900,000 that was allocated us for 2 sessions, what it meant was that after our countries have flown us here, we're going to stay for this meeting. We should have been back by last week, Wednesday. We'll have been able to sit for only 3 days. So I argue, as the chair of the Finance Committee and members of the Finance Committee argued that we'd rather use all the money for this session so that we continue to pursue AU to know that the hindrance and the denial of PAP resources to operate is only crippling PAP. And I would rather prefer that we had this session in full and go so that we don't come for August and we don't come for October, so that we expose AU that it is the lack of resources that is hindering the progress of PAP to be able to work. But graciously, we've had our pursuit for supplementary budget to be able to complete this year is gaining some results, and some 2.6 million have been forwarded, even though we are yet to get approval from F15, that's the PRC, to be able to spend it. So if you look at our execution rate for 2023, we were able to do 87% of the execution for 2023. And the operational budget, we were able to operate and get 88% execution, even though we operated in 2023 up to August. Honorable colleagues, if you take, and we provided a very detailed budget and how it was used. The major challenge that we had for 2023 because of the break was the partner funding, which is the European Union Africa Governance Architecture, which we properly call the AGA Fund, where because we couldn't spend it and the program was to end, but graciously, EU has extended the period to enable us utilize the money resource fully. And I'll come back to this when I get to 2024 budget. So in the nutshell, if you look at our performance for the program, yes, we were able to spend all the member state budget, which was 621,286. But when it came to the partner fund, which was about 1.5 million, we were able to use only 636 million of it, meaning in the case of the partner, our execution was poor because we were able to do only 43%. And here, I'm taking this advantage to remind committee chairs. When I get to 2024, I'll try to highlight some of the committees and how much is still standing in their name that they have not utilized, and encourage them to utilize them before the end of the third quarter, 2024. Colleagues, our observation as a committee is that one of the things that is really hampering PAP, I've mentioned that that's the partner fund, but we've received no objection from the EU Commission to utilize this fund in 2024. And like I said, we have up to the third quarter of this year to try and use all this money. Mr. President, with your permission, I just want to highlight some of the AGA fund and how much is standing in some of the committees. If you take, for example, Mr. President, the Committee on Gender, we still have $35,000 standing in their name that they have not utilized for at least 2 programs that they have budgeted for. And we want to encourage the Gender Committee to utilize this money. The Justice Committee, we have $55,000 standing in their name that they have not utilized. Cooperation has the largest amount, and I want to urge the Committee on Cooperation, especially its bureau, to try and up their game, because they have up to $105,000 standing in their name that have not been utilized. And we have to try and utilize this for the specific programs that they budgeted for before the end of the year. We also have the Education Committee having in their name $70,000 that they have not utilized. The Rules Committee has $40,000 that they have not utilized. The Bureau Office of the Clerk has also $45,000 that they have not utilized. We were supposed to have a CSO engagement. I've seen some engagement happen during this session. I want to believe that part of it, they were using part of this money, because in front of them we have $50,000 standing in their name. We have Committee on Trade also having $20,000 standing in front of their name. We have the Youth Caucus having almost about $50,000 standing in front of their name that they have not utilized. Then we have the media, the Bureau Media and Communication Unit has about $15,000 standing in their name that have not been fully utilized. So, Mr. President, we want to encourage that all committees that have drawn programs that are supposed to utilize this money to know failure to utilize this money, what it's simply going to mean is that we are telling the European Union that we are not interested in the fund. And this is our funds that we are really craving very hard to have. And it also sends a signal to the AU that even if more resources are given us, we are incapable of using them. So I want to urge the committees to be up and doing. The other observation from the committee is from the external auditor's report of the huge numbers of supporting staff recruited during our statutory sittings and the cash payment. And colleagues, I want us to dispassionately look at this thing without name calling and blame game. We have a general program that has lingered in PAP here for over a decade. And let us not zero it to any individual, but it's a problem that we as people, as Parliament, must wake up and face the challenge. A number of times when people hear supporting staff, they don't even know what supporting staff are. Let me say, supporting staff are all the other staff that you see here that are not permanent officers here, but they are here only to assist us during sessions like this and committee. And you have the interpreters that you are listening to as we speak. Almost all of them, with the exception of I think one who is a permanent staff, all of them are supporting staff and they are temporary staff. So when you hear supporting staff, the interpreters that are communicating to you now are not permanent staff there. And we have 53 of them in this session to assist in making sure that everything goes on well. You have the Hansard. Everything that we are saying here, just like in our Parliament, is being recorded verbatim, and it has to be translated. And there, we have 17 individuals assisting us. And you see some of them sitting at the back here, some of them are in the offices, taking the recordings and recording them verbatim, and some of them being translated into other languages. So we have 17 of them. Documentations. Every morning you come around, you see documents being distributed here and there. Those who are supposed to do this documentation and even translate them, there are 30 of them. They are all supporting staff. We have the sergeant at arms. Apart from the police that you see a number of young men supporting and assisting and directing the security within these premises. They are supporting the sergeant at arms, and we have 21 of them. You have plenary here. You see the young ladies that are sending documents to you to sign. They are not staff here. They are also temporary staff. So when you hear supporting staff, they are also part of the supporting staff. We have at committees, apart from your clerk of the committee, you see others assisting your committee to carry out the business there. They are supporting staff. They are not permanent staff. We have 7 of them. Protocol, those who pick you at the airport, they are not permanent staff. They are also here temporarily to assist, to make sure that you are able to move around from the airport to your hotel, and if there are challenges and what have you, to assist you. We have it at the HR, we have at the IT, a lot of the IT guys that you see running around to make sure that the mic is working, everything is working. They are not staff of PAP, they are supporting staff. The media that you see, that are covering whatever we are doing, whether in the chamber, the cameras that you are seeing, the audiovisuals, they are not our staff, they are high temporary. We have at the transport, the drivers that you see that carry you along, all around where you want to go. They are not staff of PAP. They are temporary staff that are picked just to help assist. So sometimes when we hear supporting staff, this number has been taken, and then many of us don't understand what the supporting staff, and we are screaming. Please, these are some of the areas, and I can go on. We have some assisting at the finance, some assisting the bureau, the 5 bureau that we elect in their offices. Apart from the president, that has maybe 1 or 2 staff. All the others do not have any staff. So when we are in session like this or committee, they have to be assisted, and we have temporary staff supporting them. At the office of the clerk, because remember the clerk too, out of a organogram of 74, we currently have vacancies, 21 vacancies that the AU is dragging its feet in us to fill. So during session like this, the clerk needs to be assisted. You have the protocol and the chamber of the visual. So colleagues, these are the supporting staff. What are the challenges that we are having with the external auditors? They are saying that, 1, we should be able to define what work each role person is playing here, how long they will play it, how do we recruit them. These are the things that we have to, as a people, need to be able to define so that we all know each time we are having a committee, we are going to have, say, 10 or 1,000 or 2,000 people to do that. That we all agree, so that all this rambling will stop. And because of this challenge, we, the Committee on Finance, have tasked the Clerk of Parliament to do whatever she can, and she has started a process of rolling out the methodology where we'll be able to tell how many people we need at each place, so that it is something that all of us know. So when you see a total, it is within the agreed total that way. So it is our hope that by October, when we are reporting, we will come back with a template that shows what, from the office of the clerk and the bureau and all of us, what we think is a suggestion for your consideration, so that all of us will now know that henceforth, this is how the numbers are going to be. Having said this, I'll quickly go to 2024. In 2024, like I mentioned, the total budget that was given us was 10.5 million. And the major observation that we've had is that because of the same challenges that we've been having, this is the major activity that we are having in 2024. So because of that, the budget execution as of 18th of June was at 27%. And we were a bit alarmed, but we were given assurance by the clerk and the bureau that this is the first major activity that we are having. So we are hoping that by the middle of July, we'll be able to review our execution rate and see how we are doing. Why is the Committee on Monetary and Finance so interested in the execution rate? At the AU, 3 things inform how much money you are giving. The programs that you claim you are going to have for the year, how much of the programs have you been able to carry? The money that has been given to you, how much of it have you been able to use, which is the budget execution? And then the audit queries that has come through the external auditors, how many of the queries have you responded to? So because of that, the Committee on Monetary and Finance, we are very interested in the execution rate. And by July 15, we are going to be watching whether there's a unit that is not upping its game, because we believe that we must be able to utilize all the resources that come in our way, so that we can justify why many more resources should be given us. Colleagues, because of time, I want to say that the 2025 budget is even more worrying. If you look at the tables that have been given you, our budget in 2025, that is next year, is further cut. Remember, I mentioned that in 2023, 2023, they gave us 11.9. Then we came to 2024, which is this year. The budget that was approved was 10.5. If you even add what we are hoping to reflect and get approved by the PRC, that's about 2.6. It still takes us to about 13 million. But we just don't know the logic that in 2025, even before we enter 2025, the budget that was approved is 10.1, further cut. When we looked at the activities that members, when we went through 2023 budget, we needed a minimum of 25 million US dollars to be able to operate. We are giving only 10.1. And the 10.1, there's now an interesting caveat that the AU is coming up with, which is something that all committee chairs and bureau should pay serious attention to. Now, the AU is moving us into an area where they call resource-based management budget. That for every dollar that is going to be given to you and your committees and PAP, we must indicate what resource we expect to achieve. So they are calling it resource-based management budget, which is going to be most likely more tight than even before. So I want to urge the members, the bureaucracies. We've gone through a workshop, all of us, as chairs of committees, and we're taking through even the AMAT, which is the African Monitoring, Evaluation, and Reporting, and reporting to how it is loaded and how it works together with our clerks. I want to urge the bureaus of all committees to be up and doing, to make sure that we get this thing right. Because now what AU is doing is coming up with the AU budget framework paper, where they have programmed the whole of African budget system through what they call moonshots. And they have 7 moonshots. But for whatever reason, interestingly, we have been restricted to only 1 moonshot, which is moonshot 2. And the moonshot 2 talks about Africa is more integrated and connected. But the interesting thing is that when you talk about public institutions are more responsive, which is moonshot 3, you can't tell us that PAP have no role to play there. If you talk about all the other moonshots, we have a role to play. And I want to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to urge the committee clerks to be interested in this moonshot. And because we're told during the AMA training that if we're able to justify why we should be included in any moonshot, that could be corrected. I want to urge all of us to be interested in the moonshot so that we'll be able to position ourselves in a better position so that we can achieve the purpose for which PAP was established. Honorable colleagues, having said all this, we realize that one basic fact, which is resource continue to dwindle for PAP. And until all of us sit up and find a better way of arguing, this challenge will live with us for a very long period of time. We have shown you what we're trying to do, but in conclusion, these are the 3 things that the Committee on Monetary and Finance is putting forward for adoption so that the Bureau, led by Mr. President, will see how we can pursue them vigorously. 1, the Committee on Monetary and Finance, together with the Bureau, will continue to pursue alternative sources of revenue outside the AU to fund the activities of PAP. All of us need to begin thinking outside the box to see how we can raise additional funds outside the AU system to be able to support our activities. 2, we urgently need to seek a meeting with the heads of state in charge of reform of the AU to discuss budget allocations given to PAP. And graciously, this is with our sister country, Nairobi, which is Kenya, the president of Kenya. So the committee is urging that we try to meet the head of state who is in charge of reform to appreciate the challenges that we are going through. And lastly, we also think that we need to have an advocacy strategy to improve AU budget allocation to PAP that reflects our needs. Even within the AU itself, we believe that we need to have other strategies. And we've met the PRC. I think we have to try and meet the F-15 that is specifically in charge of budget so that we see how we can improve that. Honorable colleagues, Mr. President, the committee on Monetary and Finance requests the plenary to consider this report and adopt it, and I beg to move accordingly. Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, like the Mr. President said, to do two-in-one thing. The other one is a straightforward one, which is an update report of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs on the proposed model law on cooperatives in Africa. Colleagues, you recollect at the first sitting of the State Parliament held in Midland here, we came with the issue of the model law on cooperative. Graciously, you authorized us to go out there to work on it. Again, in May 2023, we came and had the first reading, and you authorized us, you approved and you authorized us to go out there to do consultation. We went out and met in Nairobi, Kenya, East Africa, and were able to bring all actors in the cooperative society in all the 5 regions. And we met in Nairobi for 3 days and went through the model law item by item, and were able to take considerations, views, suggestions, and were able to input all that. After Nairobi, we then had a meeting of the technical working group of the drafters at Lesotho to additionally look at how to clean it up. We are done with all that. And now the model law, as you see, is before you. And now we want you to do the following. We are recommending the following. From the foregoing, the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs recommend to the plenary to consider this report and the annexed draft model law on cooperative in Africa, and to resolve as follows. 1, adopt the proposed model law on cooperative in Africa as submitted. 2, mandate the Committee on Finance and Monetary Affairs to continue carrying out sensitization and capacity building activity on the model law on cooperative in Africa. 3, request the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs under the leadership of the Bureau to promote the endorsement and the dissemination by the African Union member states. 4, request also members of the Pan-African Parliament to pioneer the domestication and the use of the model law on cooperatives in Africa in their respective parliament. And last but not the least, I want to thank the International Cooperative Alliance Africa and other partners for the support received in the formulation of the said model law, and continue strengthening such collaborations through promotion of the model law in the member state. I submit. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, the Chair of Finance. Honorable Muntaka, as you are aware, we are pressed with time, but we'll allow debate, and the following have registered to debate and have the list of names of those that have registered to debate on this presentation. And please, 3 minutes strictly. Please summarize, organize your notes so that in 3 minutes you would have delivered or submitted all your thoughts. The first on the list is Honorable Madiehe from Lesotho. Not in the chamber?
No.
You are here?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Honorable President, thank you for the time that I'm given to discuss on the presentation of this Committee of Monetary. I would like to understand why the AU is cutting the budget. Maybe they can, the committee can discuss or give us the reason why the AU is cutting all the budget for 2025, so that we may understand where is the PAP is not looking or spending the budget quite well, or even not doing the programs that they have placed in front of the AU. That's the first question that I would like to know, why AU is cutting that budget, so that we may understand and go straight to the programs where are we not doing well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I move to Honorable Kochami Fagnon of Benin.
Oui. Merci beaucoup,
I thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues, Mr. Chairman of the Committee on Finance and Monetary Matter. I will take the floor on 2 points. The first point, I, without any pride, say that please listen to me as a former bank controller. We show the organizational weakness of the situation. The institution should have a strategic plan. The institution should also have
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me the floor. I stand on the point of procedure for the member to stand up while addressing the House. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I was actually not seeing him. I was wondering where the presenter was. Yeah, you need, in terms of the rules,
Laissez-moi.
you need to stand up during submission.
Ah, OK.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le
I thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was saying that I will pronounce myself on the issue of the budget, but in my capacity as a former bank general controller, I would like to suggest to you to dedicate some room to CAPA. And indeed, everything that has been said here, when you examine, it has been mentioned that there is a need who plays in the organization of the institution. We must define the position of everyone, and the positions that have been referred to. There is a lack of positions. There must be an audit of human resources, and CAPA should not be looked at as a policeman. So I would like to suggest to you to have a strategic plan, and that in a pragmatic way, that we should take ownership of the same management tools focused on result. If we do not use the same tools to evaluate, to plan, and also to make the reporting, there will be a dialogue of the deaf between us and the African Union. I would like to suggest that we see in the organization, in the present, there is a deficit of human resources, and that we should rearrange the management so that those who will support the organization
Next is Honorable Exudes Joga Varela da Silva from Cape Verde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to intervene in this discussion to also contribute to this topic being discussed. First, to say that the PAP, as a body of the African Union representing all people on the continent, is worthy of special attention by the African Union. Because if we note, there are several bodies in the African Union, and Pan-African Parliament has been looked at as the poor relative, and we should not accept this lightly, because PAP has a legal standing in the constitutive documents of the African Union. So we should convene those responsible in the UA to discuss this with them here at Parliament, because alone we've been discussing this every year, and we can see that every year we're coming back to the same situation. So my situation is to convene the heads of finance in the UA to openly discuss here at PAP with all MPs on the financial situation, because without a budget, the PAP cannot fully execute its duties. And we have to ask those at the UA whether they are the AU, whether they are interested in having a fair democratic body representing the voice of the people of Africa, and not just merely a decorative institution that cannot fulfill its mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Honorable Mkuu Mohlaslis Parane of Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable President. On my first speech here at PAP, being sworn, on my first speech here at PAP, being sworn only last week, from the report, I've got a very interesting questions and urge maybe to all the member states to support maybe PAP so that it doesn't have financial crisis as we are hearing today from the report. And also, I would like to urge all the chairperson of the committees to please try to utilize the funds so that AU can see you with a good eye so that you can improve the supply and increase the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Yusuf Mohammed Al Fakre.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على إتاحتك.
I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. First of all, I'm pleased to express my thanks and gratitude to this report, a report which is very comprehensive and which reflects the perception of the Pan-African Parliament under the leadership of Chief Sharon Bira and the honorable members. That is clarification. The report was clarified and would like to thank you. I have only one question to the chairman of the committee. You said that there was a meeting in Kenya, and this meeting you didn't refer to the date of this meeting. You have requested us to have pressure on the African Union in order to increase the budget. And you said that a meeting will take place in Kenya. We would kindly request you to give us more details and the date when this meeting is going to take place. Thank you very much.
We move to Honorable Marie Sandra Monia Mayot of Mauritius. Not in the chamber? Okay. We move to Honorable Senator Professor Margaret Kama of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. I have only a few comments. One is on the comments of the auditors. From the observations of the committee, item 4, that they have observed that we have a huge number of staff. I think the clerk responded in item 6, but I would like to encourage that we go further, because if that is going to be the basis for which the budget is going to be done, it is good to really have justification presented to the committee properly, so that it is not just an observation from the committee, but a satisfaction by the committee that the number of staff we have can be justified. Because we don't, if the auditors are saying it is not justified and we have answers, the answers should go to the auditor so that we don't have a problem. They also say that the budgeting has a lot to do with the impact of the programs that we have. Mr. President, the impact of the programs we have are presented in this House as reports. And beyond that, we need to ask ourselves, how do we move those reports to our partner parliaments? Because unless the members in this House translate the same to, transmit the same to their country parliaments, the impact will not be seen. And I guess that one of the reasons they are saying that they are trying to question the impact of the programs we have is because they are not seeing any impact. And I think you have mentioned this in your speeches several times, that we need to actually look at ways of implementing. So I want to encourage members that when we pass model laws, we should be tabling them in our own parliaments. When we pass resolutions out of the workshops that we have, which are extremely important, because we have had meetings that touch on free movement of persons, like in our committee. We have had meetings that touch on free trade. If we don't translate them to our partner parliaments, it becomes very difficult for anybody to understand what the role of this parliament is. So I want to encourage members that we actually need to translate what we have here to our parliaments, to transmit it to our parliaments, so that it is seen as a part of our important roles. Finally, the balance that is left, I'm surprised that the chairs of our committees have not actually brought this to the attention of the committee, so that we use this money, because in our Committee of Trade, we are still looking for money to be able to undertake some of our missions. And
thank you. I just want to remind the members that you can only speak for 3 minutes, not more. Next, Honorable Mamelo Mpoko of Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to all honorable members. I am Mamelo Mpoko from Lesotho. I was a little bit worried about the budget since morning when I saw the report. And after listening to the most eloquent presentation from the chairperson, I understood that we as MPs, we must understand what is going on, and we have to do everything and make our countries understand the challenges PEP is having, so that we are able to deal with the whole continent's challenges like we are supposed to do. I also think it's better that every time we get a financial report earlier, so that we take it to our respective countries and try to negotiate on everything that we can get. I think that can help PEP to have a better workable budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to Honorable Suleiman Saho. Saho from Gambia, or the Gambia. Not in the chamber. Move to Honorable Senator Jean-Marie Nibirantije. That's Burundi. Is not in the chamber.
Okay.
He's not in the chamber.
Okay.
Oh, you are here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Merci.
I thank you, Excellency, Mr. President, President of the Pan-African Parliament, for giving me the floor. When reading the report, I found that the report has been very well drafted concerning the observation which he has given that there are committees which have been late in using their funds. For my committee, Justice, I can justify that because today I must say that there were some shortcomings and there were reasons why we didn't use the whole amount that was provided by the European Union. I must say that we must find ways and means in order to improve the collaboration with the committee clerks, and the choice of committee clerks must be in line with the topics that are being dealt with by the committee, because if the committee clerk has other functions, you see that when I call the clerk in order to further advance on some topics, he or she will not respond because he or she has other functions. Now I would like to congratulate the Pan-African Parliament because they have provided me with a new committee clerk who is very dynamic and active, and we hope that with the help of the clerk and her team, we will be able to improve and use these funds before the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. There have been an extra 6 names added to the list. We are reluctant, of course, to have more names, but we'll accept the 6 names. And please, no more registrations, because we may go the whole day on one presentation. Can I ask the 6 also to be very brief? And know that it's only 3 minutes, but if you do less, the better. Honorable Mariam Dao Gabala of Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like, first of all, to congratulate the Committee on Finance for the clarity of their report. Mr. President, I have 3 comments. In his report, the chairman of the committee has noted the cost of our meetings and the plethoric number of the support staff. I would like to support the proposal according to which we must carry out an overview of the cost for the organization of our plenary meetings in order to adapt to the budget. And I would like that in the next ordinary session, we'll have feedback on this. Mr. President, since I joined this chamber, we've been complaining about the lack of budget. But when I look at the state of execution of a budget, I'm a little bit surprised. The essence of our work is about the effectiveness of the committee, and I would suggest that the execution of the budget must be followed up in order to encourage the committees to carry out the programs that have been approved. As chairperson of the Committee on Gender, I have no idea about the rate of execution of my budget. Finally, Mr. President, we're going to celebrate the 20 years of PAP, and I would like to suggest, Mr. President, that in order to facilitate the discussion with the African Union, that we be able to submit a report on the contribution of PAP on the shining of the PAP, so that we can invite the chairperson of the Commission and that we could plead for an increase of our budget. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Menyani Zulu, Zambia.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's sad that I've been here for 3 years now. I'm almost clocking my 3rd year. And the issue of monies have been coming up each and every year. And every session we talk about money. The African Union should be taught that any organization to succeed, African Union to succeed, the powers of the administration should be there. An African Union, they're not going to succeed if this parliament fails. And this parliament needs the resources. That resources should be given. Again, on our own as parliament, especially the bureau, yourselves there in front, should also be asking yourselves that how are we executing this budget when we are given? Are we executing this money prudently, or are we misusing the money? Because for the money to be, for an organization to be cutting the money, there must be a problem. And we need to sit down with AU and yourselves and let's iron out where the problem is. As if we don't iron out the problem, we are going to make this organization fail to tick. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Ohaj Mbo, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for the opportunity. And I would like to thank the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs for the presentation they've made. First, let me look at the model law. Now, I think when you look at the model law, normally, particularly in terms of cooperatives, I think it's very clear on the formation and on the funding, management, dissolution, and liquidation. I think this can form the basis on which countries actually can use to do or enact legislation for their own countries. However, Honorable President, if you look at the English version, on the dissolution, it seems it's missing on the English version. That is Article 44. I went through the document, but I couldn't see, and it would be important that we know exactly how they intend to do that. I'm not too sure if it affects other versions, but the English version is not very comprehensive. It's missing something. Now, in terms of the budget, Honorable Speaker, I want to also thank the Office of the Clerk and the Bureau for the increment in the budget execution. It is only natural that when you are given a budget to execute, at least you do your best to ensure that you perform at a very high rate. Because if you don't, it may be cut. So I think a budget execution of over 88%, I think, is commendable. But we must also look at certain line items, like the allowances, the education allowance, which I suspect it could be as a result of maybe staff vacancies. We need to ensure we fill those so that we can bring the execution to close to 100%. And we urge also member countries to ensure that they give more money to the AU, where we can actually also increase the budget of the PAP. So on that note, I want to thank you.
Thank you. Next, Honorable Amina Yaya, Chad.
Merci, très honorable.
I thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. And we'd like to thank also the Committee on Finance and Monetary Matters for this very brilliant presentation of the report. Before expressing my concern, Mr. President, I would like, with your permission, to suggest or recommend to the Secretariat or to the Committee on the sharing of documents. We have all received the documents this morning when entering into the chamber. This document is very important. The document that we are discussing, that is the issue of budget, is of concern to all parliamentarians and also the Secretariat and the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. I would suggest that the documents be shared well before, in order to allow the members to examine thoroughly the documents and make their observations or relevant recommendations, and also allow the committee to improve its report or its strategies in order to mobilize funds for the execution of the various programs and activities of the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. President, I think that without budget, the Pan-African Parliament cannot operate. It cannot carry out all its programs and projects. Earlier, during the presentation, I was quite surprised in my capacity as chairperson of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. I saw the rate of the program budget, which amounted to 43%. When we have a program or an activity that was planned as part of the plan of action of the caucus for an important meeting, which brings together all women in order to discuss and exchange on themes which have to do with the promotion and improvement of the livelihood of women in the United States, and we have not been able to hold this meeting because of the lack of budget. And first, our parliamentarians were referred to in order to take the necessary provisions in order to allow the Pan-African Parliament members. To our great surprise, we have once again
Katundu.
شكرا على الكلمة لكاتوندو. شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس. بداية أنا سعيد بعودتي إلى البرلمان الإفريقي بعد مرور 17 سنة، وأنا عضو من هذه المؤسسة، وقد غادرت البرلمان في 2007 وعدت الآن. سيدي،
When I was here in 2004-2007, the issue was about how this institution will be funded. 17 years later, when I returned, it is the same story. I can't understand what's going on in this continent. If we cannot fund our basic institutions of democracy, then we would still remain under colonialism. We don't have to hide about this. That's when we shall be looking to the European Union and all other stakeholders. Mr. President, I suggest, one, each country delegation should be able to meet their foreign affairs ministers and bring this to their attention, that if the African Union was serious with this institution, it should be funded. Coming here and talking and discussing, and it remains here, it becomes a talking shop, Mr. President. Mr. President, I request you that without funds, we'll be flying in here, flying out. Are we relevant to this institution if we can't be seen to be working for the African people? Lastly, Mr. President, I thank the chairperson. Committees are also failing to absorb the funds, meaning we lack absorption capacity. How do we talk about wanting more money, even those which we have planned for, we fail to utilize them? Have we diagnosed the problem? Why haven't committees utilized their funds? If you do a budgeting process, Mr. President, there must be a work plan. And it's upon that work plan that funds are extended. What happened to the work plans? Is it inefficiencies of these committees? Is it about the leadership, or is it about the technical people? So we need an explanation from the committees why the funds were not utilized, because we shall be shooting ourselves, Mr. President, in the foot that we're asking for more money, but even this little we've got, we can't utilize it. I thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry, thank you. And our last speaker, Honorable Ayman Ben Salah of Tunisia.
I thank you, Mr. President. First of all, we would like to thank all our colleagues in the committee for this report. We have some technical observations which would contribute in improving this report, and I hope that they will be taken into consideration in drafting other reports. First of all, in the budget of 2024, for example, the rate of execution up to May, because this will enable the plenary to be informed about the rate of execution of the budget. As for the year 2025, it is possible to add in the table a comparison with the former budget of 2024 in order for us as members to have an idea about the general trends, because today, if we take any activity and add any percentage, we will know the tendency, we'll be able to identify the tendency, and this will be very important. And as a conclusion, I would like to call on the chairpersons of the committees and also members of the Bureau to execute what remains of the budgets of the committees, which will contribute certainly in improving our capacity of negotiation with the partners in order to improve this budget. Thank you.
We close the list here. I invite the chairperson of the Committee of Finance to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. I can say that a lot of you gave suggestions, and I think they are well noted, except to say some demanded some explanation and answers. One was asking, why is AU cutting our budget consistently? Well, that's a very difficult one to tell, but we guess that the challenges that we ourselves sometimes also creates the problem for us. For those of us who have been long here, I can bet you that since 2021, PAP has not operated full financial year without a problem. In 2021, we got suspended because we fought into this chamber in electing a bureau, and the PAP was suspended for about half of the year. In 2022, before we came to be able to get a new bureau, it was around May, June, and we operated half of the year. And then in 2023, when the bureau had gone, the president had gone for election, we had another crisis. And it lingered on from that August up to March. Even this year, we started operating now, because March we only came for election. So, and if you understand how AU does its budget, they take 3 years of your budget execution, and then they try to see how they can allocate resources. So if for the past 4 years, you've never had a full financial year operation. Definitely it's going to affect you. So I'm only taking this opportunity to plead with ourselves that we should know there's no any perfect system anywhere. Yes, there will be those challenges, there will be issues that need to be talked to, there will be issues that need to be corrected, there will be issues that we need to change. We can only do them if we have stability. And I want to say that let us all hold on to the stability that we now have and ensure that within the stability, we raise the issues that need to be changed gradually so that we get them changed. Then the last thing I'll say about this budget cut is if we, a PAP, can put in effort to drive very fast the ratification. The moment we ratify 28 countries, we will now be determining the budget. PAP, who will now be in charge of the budget. So this issue will be over. So those countries that have not yet ratified the Malabo Protocol, this is a challenge. Let us challenge ourselves and make it a major issue, because the moment we have 28 member countries, then this parliament is not the one to be sharing the money. And this issue of cutting our budget will be gone, because I don't see how we will be sharing the money and then we'll cut ourselves to the truth. The other thing that came up was about the bureaucracies and the utilization of resources. From the comments, generally, I've deduced about 2 or 3 things. One, it clearly tells the Committee on Finance sitting and listening that many of you don't even know that there was even resources available for you, not alone to utilize it. So we've resolved that we are going to write to each of the chairs, maybe by the close of today, telling you specifically the amount of money that is standing in your name and the activity that you program to do. Secondly, it also shows that even the activity that was costed, you were not aware. So colleagues, my plea with the chairs or the bureaucracies of the committees is that please don't leave everything to your secretariat. Even once you are away, you should be interested in what your secretariat is doing on the behalf of the committee. And make sure that anything that they are going to write or plan in the name of the committee, you, at least the chair, the vice chair, and the rapporteur, are aware. And now, with the help of Zoom meetings, you can discuss all these things and agree. So you know these are the specific times that you have said you're going to do these activities. Because from the speaking across, it clearly shows that most chairs or most bureaus don't even know the activities. Because, for example, when the chair of gender was speaking, I tried to look at her budget allocation and what it was meant for. One was establish and develop framework for engagement with, I don't know what the acronym is, ACERWC. That's one of the activities for gender. That has not been carried on. That one, they budgeted 15,000. There was another one for gender that has not been used. And that one, the one which is about 20,000. Organize public hearing on PAP model law, on gender parity model law. I don't know, maybe the chair, she's not even aware that this has been budgeted. I also heard, not to just mention, just to mention a few, I heard the chair of the Justice Committee, one of the programs that you budgeted for is establish and develop framework for engagement with, I think it is the African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights. And this one alone, you have almost, what do you call it, about 45,000 or 55,000 to do that. And the city, maybe you don't even know. So I want to urge that the chairs, please, to be able to help us execute this very well, please be interested. And from the Committee on Finance and from what we are hearing from you, just as we follow up with the staff, the finance department, checking on how the PAP money is being utilized, maybe now we'll extend it to the committee's clerks to ask them the program that you what is preventing your committee from implementing it. Maybe through that, we'll all be on the same page and be able to help you to know that there's money sitting in your name and you are not able to utilize it. There was this question from Honorable Mbo about the model law, and I think Article 44 or 5 is saying. The detail was attached. I don't know whether you've gotten the detail. Okay, try and get it, because the report is, you see that we said it's attached. So try and get the attachment. All the fine details are in there, and you see that all those issues have been addressed. Our colleague from Djibouti was asking about the time for distribution. I want to apologize sincerely. I believe that, yes, reports such as that of finance should not come to members the morning that they are walking into the chamber. We should be able to get it at least over a weekend. You can go through it and maybe even cross-check some of the facts so that you can contribute better. I promise that next time we'll try and improve on that and make sure that the report gets to members at least some days before the presentation. I take that very seriously. Now, another member was suggesting that PAP members should try and meet their foreign ministers. I have suggested to the president that we need to have countries report. When we meet here and we go back home, do we report the activities that we have here back home? Let members come and show us that when they go back home, they report about what we are doing here. And I'm hoping that into the future, the president and the bureau will look at how to program this so that each and every one of us, when we go back home, will report on what we've done in PAP and what PAP is doing, and then also come back and report as what our countries are doing on a number of things, like the ratification of most of AU laws, on a number of items that we are concerned. We should be able to hear what our various countries are doing. And I'm hoping that into the future that will be done. Colleagues, these are some of the, responses that I thought are very necessary. Someone was asking about the Nairobi meeting. We didn't give the time. Yes, because the Bureau will now have to write to the head of state, and we are hoping that he will respond as soon as possible. Then we'll be able to get the time. Because we are not to take the time, because we want to go and meet him. He is still to tell us when he can receive us. I'm sure when that is done, and in our subsequent report, we hope by then we might have even met him. We'll be able to report to you exactly what happened. Colleagues, I believe that these are the few comments that required response. And I want to thank all of you for going through the report and asking your question and your comments. And I can tell you the suggestions that you made, we are taking them very seriously. The Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs is taking those comments very seriously. And we'll make sure that in our subsequent report, we incorporate most of the suggestions that you've given us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair of Finance, Honorable Muntaka. Another louder applause for the presentation of the budget. Yeah, I heard you earlier moving for the adoption. So, honorable members, can someone move or second for the adoption? Yes.
So moved. I so move for the adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Benani. Honorable Tony.
I'm Honorable Tony from the Kingdom of Swatini, and I second the adoption of this motion. Thank you, President.
Thank you. So report adopted. Thank you very much. Right. The next item will be the presentations on unpacking the issue of pan-Africanism, the role of Pan-African Parliament. After these presentations, we'll open for debate. And I've not seen the list. If there are those that few have not registered, I think some paper should go around so that this is a very warm and motivating debate. So we should be ready for that. There are two presenters, Dr. Matole and then the Prime Minister. Thank you. So we will now expect the Prime Minister to walk into the chamber any second from now. And once he enters, we all rise.
Honorable members, His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom, of Eswatini. We'll have the AU anthem.
Let's all unite and celebrate together. To song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together. To defend our liberty and unity. Oh, peace and fear the African. Shall be so rare, shall be scared. That's where Africa will be. Let's all unite and sing together to uphold the bond of friend and destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for see peace and justice on earth. You speak as the Africa, essência do sol, essência do céu. Façamos da África mudar vida. Let us all unite and talk together to give the best we have to Africa. Then bring along mankind with front of culture. A break of dawn. Yeah, now, Africa. Asabsha, Edu Sama. Africa, Shah to Aya.
Take your seats. Your Excellency, Rasao Miso Lamini, Prime Minister of Eswatini, members of the Bureau, honorable members of Parliament of Africa, our clerk and staff, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored this morning to receive in this chamber the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. And I want that we clap again for him. Sorry, Eswatini, sorry. Eswatini, okay, I'll repeat that. To welcome the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Former Swaziland. Your Excellency, you are welcome. For now, I will introduce him, and before he delivers his speech, we have one of us to just lay the foundation properly, and then the Prime Minister walks on that road. I've been given his CV. I think it's proper and appropriate that you know who is His Excellency Rasa Miso Lamini. Of course, he is the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, and is the youngest Prime Minister that we know of anywhere in the world. He was appointed by His Majesty King Mswati III during the Sibaya People's Parliament on 3 November 2023. I won't mention when he was born, but it's written here. I told you he's young, so that's enough. You know, he's very young, as you can see. He holds a Master of Philosophy in Sustainable Development Planning and Management from the famous Stellenbosch University, a BA in Development Administration from the University of South Africa, and a BSc in Agricultural Education from the University of Eswatini. He has extensive knowledge, international, national, in sustainable development at technical level, and also leadership level. He has worked for the World Vision and as an executive and national director, and also at one time he was the integrated programs director at World Vision. He also served in Rwanda in similar capacities for 3 years. He also has experience as a director of quality assurance. He has been the chief executive officer of the National Disaster Management Agency for 8 years. And at one time, he owned his own consultancy company. As the first CEO of the National Disaster Management Agency, His Excellency established that the agency as a strong entity with sound governance and operational systems, and one to reckon with. Under his leadership, the agency successfully led the country's disaster preparedness and response to the 2015-2016 El Nino induced drought, and also the COVID-19 emergency response, as well as the tropical cyclones, tropical cyclone Eloise emergency response. His Excellency was instrumental in the development of many strategic documents, including the National Resilience Strategy, the Mount Hazard Contingency Plan, and the National Drought Management Plan, among many achievements. And I would rather stop here, because I go on and on. He is a very capable man of great competence. After such an introduction, I want him to cool down a bit and absorb this elegant introduction, as I now invite, you know him, he's been sitting somewhere there in this chamber, Dr. Matole, come over. Dr. Matole. He did not contest for Parliament this time round in South Africa last month. He decided that he would want to share his knowledge more and more over the times. And he's here this morning. But can we all say congratulations? Because last night, when the cabinet of South Africa was announced by President Ramaphosa, his wife, who has been for, I don't know, more than 10 years or 15 years as Minister of Education, last night was appointed Minister of Defense. Congratulations. So take the floor. Thank
you. Honorable President, Chief Fortune Charumbira, Honorable and His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Eswatini, and honorable members of this august House, I thought that I should premise my few remarks on what I call the renewal of pan-Africanism for African Renaissance. The intra-African wars, the Islamist and Christian fundamentalist conflicts that are ravaging our continent, especially in West and Eastern Africa, and the resurgence of ethnic nationalism and tribalism in Africa are symptoms of the decline of pan-African ideology, which transcends race, class, gender, and religion. It cannot be an excuse that democracy is not yet rooted in Africa, because the roots of pan-Africanism were planted in 1787, the same year that the Constitution of the United States of America was adopted. It must also be noted that the fundamental human rights of equality, freedom, and fraternity contained in the Constitution of the United States were existing in Africa under what we call African humanism, Ubuntu, Utu in Swahili, in Kiswahili, Hunu in Shona, and its inherent legal, ethical, and moral values, which have been building blocks of socially cohesive and prosperous communities in Africa. And that's why, before the advent of colonialism, African people were able to build empires without conflicts. You will remember the Wakongo Empire, the Angola Empire, the Monomotapa Empire in Southern Africa, the Zanj Empire on the eastern coast of Africa. The conflicts that exist today do not show that Africans are a violent people. There are conflicts that are imported by the enemies of this continent. It is therefore important for us to say, where did we lose this African humanism, which was the basis for stability and peace and development on the continent? And what can we do to recapture African humanism and use it as a building block for a new and prosperous Africa? For that purpose, Honorable President, I want to deal briefly with the antecedents of the Pan-African ideal. At the beginning of the 18th century, the Wesleyan Methodist Church in the United States ordained African priests and used them as traveling evangelists and allowed them to attend church congregations together with people of European descent. One day, when Richard Allen and Absalom Jones were attending church, they were dragged out of the St. George's Methodist Church to make room for people of European descent. So you can see that racism started in the church, despite the fact that the Bible says we are all made in the image of God, and therefore we are all equal. These two African clergymen seceded from this church and founded the African Society in 1787. Note, African Society, which means the idea of the unity of African people started as before even the so-called Western democracy started. The same year, that the United States Constitution was adopted, Africans already had developed and embraced the idea of African unity. At this time, slavery was still in full force, and people of African descent were regarded as subhuman beings. These African slaves came from Western, Southern, and other parts of Africa and belonged to different ethnic, cultural, and linguistic communities. However, African slaves came together regardless of their country of origin and formed the African Society in 1787. The British settlers in the United States founded the Masonic Society and initiated African people. Due to racially discriminatory practices in the Masonic order, Prince Hall and 14 others broke away and found the Prince Hall Masonic order. The Free African Society founded churches and schools for free African slaves. These churches came to be known as the Ethiopian movement because they based their doctrines on the Ethiopian theology of redemption or liberation contained in Psalm 68, verse 31, which says, "Princesses shall come out of Egypt, and Ethiopia shall again raise her hands against God." But the word Ethiopia originally referred to the whole of Africa, which means all indigenous African people were called Ethiopians. But because the Westerners discovered that ancient Ethiopia was the cradle of human civilization, and that actually ancient Ethiopians were the forebears of ancient Egyptians, they decided that the name Ethiopia should not be used to refer to the whole continent. And they started calling us natives, Bantus, Nilotics, and other things which divided us. But despite that, African people in the diaspora, as I say, from different parts of the continent, were able to work together to build schools, churches, and even universities and educate their people, with the result that recently they were able to produce a president from Africa, President Obama. So no one can convince us that as an African people, we are not able to work together peacefully and build our countries and develop them. So the conflicts that are going on, Honorable President, I think is as a result of the fact that we have forgotten who we are, where we come from, what is our purpose in life, and what is the destiny of this continent. You know, the institutions built by former slaves were able to produce intellectual giants like Frederick Jackson, Booker T. Washington, W. Du Bois, Bishop McNeill Turner, who became pioneer pan-Africanists. A South African woman, Charlotte Manya, studying at Wilberforce University, founded by the AME Church in Ohio, brought the attention of Reverend Mangena Make, a founder of the Ethiopian Church of South Africa, to the self-help and self-reliance of people of African descent, which uplifted former African slaves and recommended a partnership between South Africa and Ethiopia. I listened to an honorable member from Uganda saying that he was here 17 years ago. When he came back thereafter, we are still cannot sustain our institutions. So where does that come from? Because, as I say, the Africans in the diaspora were able to be self-sufficient, self-reliant. What stops us from achieving that? Now, I want to then, Honorable President, say that the Ethiopianism in the diaspora catalyzed the birth of pan-Africanism. And it was for that reason that in 1896, that when the fascist Italian forces invaded Ethiopia and they were defeated, then African people also realized that the European powers are not invincible. And that victory at Adawa in Ethiopia advanced the Pan-Africanist spirit. And thereafter, in 1897, Henry Sylvester Williams from Trinidad established the African Society in London and brought together African intellectuals to discuss the challenges facing the African continent. Now, it was because of that African association that Henry Sylvester Williams was able to consult with pioneer Pan-Africanists like Booker T. Washington, W. E. Du Bois, Arthur McNeill Tanner of the Ethiopian Church to plan a conference which came to be known as the first Pan-African Conference in 1900, which was held in London. Now, this conference was opened by Bishop Alexander Walters and addressed by W. E. Du Bois, who opined in his address that the problem of the color line, that is racism, will be the problem of the 20th century. Now, when he made that statement, the second Anglo-Boer War was taking place in South Africa, and during that war, African people were used as cannon fodder. Now, at that conference, the conference elected the Pan-African Association and elected Henry Sylvester Williams as the chairperson. Now, Professor Du Bois was vindicated at the end of the Anglo-Boer War when the British and the Dutch decided to adopt the Treaty of Vereeniging, which said that Africans and European settlers should be territorially and racially segregated. And it is interesting that this happened after indigenous African people were forcibly dispossessed of their land and natural resources. But despite that, they supported the British in their war efforts during the First and Second World. But after that, Africans were betrayed by the British because of racism. Now, the conference, the first Pan-African conference in London, had very important meaning for the development of the Pan-African movement, because at the end of that conference, Henry Sylvester Williams and Peregrino, a Ghanaian journalist, came and settled in Cape Town and assisted Abdullah Rahman and Saul Plaichi to establish the African People's Organization. And that organization then spread the pan-Africanism in South Africa, and also led to the formation of native congresses, which came together in 1912 to form the African National Congress, which is the oldest liberation movement on the continent, which fought against British imperialism and colonialism. Fast forward, let me say that Nelson Mandela said that the Pan-African movement led to the Harlem Renaissance, which influenced both Kwame Nkrumah, Mnandi Azikiwe of Nigeria, and my proposals as I conclude are the following: that Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance are entrenched on the continent. And I cannot understand why there is no program to make sure that these programs are taken to the grassroots. And you yourself, as the people's representatives, are the best situated to do that. I come from the Kara Heritage Institute and the African Renaissance Forum, and I want to propose that this parliament form a partnership with civil society organizations so that together we can take the message of Pan-Africanism and the African Renaissance to the people. Because if we educate the people on Pan-Africanism, we will make African people know they are one and the same people, and that their destiny lies in their hands when acting as a collective and not as separate tribal or racial groups, which are the causes of the current conflicts on the continent. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Matole. I think it deserves another louder applause. At this juncture, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister Lamini of the Kingdom of Eswatini, we move to your presentation. On the topic, unpacking the issues of Pan-Africanism, the role of Pan-African Parliament. Honorable members, allow me and then join me in welcoming the Prime Minister to the podium.
Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Zephaniah Charumbira, First Vice President, Honorable Masauda Mohammed Lavdaf, Second Vice President, Honorable Dr. Asheber W. Gayo, Third Vice President, Honorable Lucia Dos Passos. Fourth Vice President, Honorable Jida Mama Mohammed. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. Members of the Diplomatic Corps. Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Madame Lindiwe Kumalo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I delve into my statement, I would like to congratulate the speaker that spoke shortly before I came to the podium for the appointment of his wife to be the Minister of Defense that was announced yesterday evening. Fellow Africans and citizens of the great continent of Africa, thank you for affording me this opportunity to present my humble submission to this dialogue on unpacking the issue of Pan-Africanism in relation to the role of the Pan-African Parliament. The topic is thrust on us at a time when the continent is confounded with multiple crises requiring us all to work hard and to work together to anchor our development aspirations on a strong foundation. The Kingdom of Eswatini affirms her commitment to work with fellow African countries to tackle these multiple crises characterized by high debt level, climate change, multiple disasters caused by natural and man-made phenomena, armed insurgents, high unemployment, especially amongst the youth, economic instability, public health emergencies, and political instability, to mention but a few. Allow me to begin by stating that Africa has a great potential, a potential whose time is ripe to be realized in our lifetime. Our continent is blessed with natural endowments such as its climate, fertile soils, mineral resources, and a vibrant youth population. Such assets must be protected from both internal and external threats that seek to exploit and plunder them without limit. The era when African resources enriched foreign lands while our own people suffered in poverty and hardship must urgently come to an end. Africa has some of the largest untapped reserves of natural and mineral resources, which are often exported in their raw form. This practice must be transformed through a deliberate move from planning to real action on value addition through beneficiation of our vast primary products spanning various sectors. Exporting raw material is tantamount to exporting jobs and exporting wealth outside of our continent. We must add value to our resources to reap the full benefits of our resources and of our hard work. Where technology is lacking, there should be skills sharing amongst African nation states, and where necessary, mutually beneficial partnerships for technology transfer must be established. The fourth industrial revolution should anchor the continent's transformation in order to produce food, goods, and services for a fast urbanizing African society. It is fitting that our theme is on education. Educate an African fit for the 21st century. Our predominantly young population must be skilled and empowered to uplift our economies. They not only need jobs, but a change in the mindset and the ability to think critically and independently, discerning what is right and what is wrong for our continent. Africa and have values. Our youth must be encouraged to be innovative and technologically savvy, capable of solving Africa's problems with homegrown solutions. Africa must believe in her own people and come with solutions to the African challenges. The time for believing that the best solutions to the plethora of problems that Africa faces should come from abroad is over. I want to say that again. The time for believing that best solutions to the plethora of problems that Africa faces, that solutions should come from abroad, that time is over. Distinguished President, the dominant form of democracy promoted globally has not entirely favored Africa or her peoples. It has not necessarily brought peace and stability and prosperity to our people. While progress must be acknowledged under this dominant system, it has brought frequent and unnecessary changes in leadership, instilled partisanship, leading to new lines of division in nation states, and in many instances, creating instability rather than transforming societies. In my view, democracy refers to a participatory action by the people and for the people. Mr. President, may I briefly refer to what obtains in the Kingdom of Eswatini. In Eswatini, we have merged the Western style of democracy with our traditional democratic system. Eswatini was once governed by a constitution given to us by the British. In the long run, it was realized that such a system caused division amongst the populace, a populace of a country with one people, speaking one language. Hence the quest to establish our own system. And this system today we call the Tinkundla system of democracy. The system is based on the county system. We also choose to refer to our system of democracy as monarchical democracy. Guided by traditional councils and through an act of parliament, our legendary His Majesty the King Sopuza II repealed this system in favor of our unique Tinkundla system of governance in 1978. This system, which combines the best elements of Western and traditional systems, led to the creation of our current constitution in 2005, after broad consultations spanning 15 years. In the period since then, there have been several improvements that reflected the sentiments of the people. The system has expanded and continues to grow organically at the behest and reflecting the will of the people. According to the Tinkundla system, where Tinkundla refers to counties, candidates are elected individually and on individual merit at the county level. In parliament and at the national level, there is no partisanship. The elected representatives work collectively for the nation under the leadership of the head of state, who provides stability and continuity. This stability has been beneficial not only for Eswatini, but also for the region. Our system of democracy has respect for human rights, empowers women, and has the tenets of Western democracy. Like many other democracies, it is being strengthened by the people. As a Pan-African parliament, You are invited to understudy our system to debunk any public misperceptions that it has attracted merely by being an African-grown system. The Kingdom of Eswatini is a member of the non-alignment movement. However, though non-aligned, Eswatini has served as an office of goodwill, wherein we invite conflicting parties into a conference of discussions to find common ground. This is the Africa we seek, an Africa free of conflict, where homegrown peace initiatives are cultivated by fellow Africans. Mr. President, it is my view that arms of war should be turned into plowshares. Let us not waste our time stockpiling arms of war whose ultimate end will see our youth turning into militias instead of participating in programs of economic uplift. We are independent now. We need to concentrate on plowshares, tractors and irrigation, technologies to boost agricultural productivity and ensure food security for the motherland that has long depended on expensive imports. President Julius Nyerere once said, "We face neither east nor west. We face forward." At independence, African countries were often forced to choose sides, which distracted from their development agendas. This again caused divisions and allowed foreign influence to create instability. Eswatini is a non-aligned country. We choose our friends with discretion and prioritize our sovereignty. As if to buttress the preceding point, President Nelson Mandela rightly said, "Your enemies must not be our enemies too." African nation states must align as one Africa with a common goal of achieving peace and stability and prosperity, which will allow development to thrive. Then each country can choose its strategic partners based on equality and mutual benefit. Mr. President, Africa has had strong social values long before colonization, values that respected human rights. We must therefore reject foreign concepts disguised as human rights that do not align with our values. Africans must be bold and reject foreign values that destabilize our cultural and moral fiber. Our core values, such as those of Ubuntu, faith, family, and respect for all human life and dignity, must be preserved and taught from generation to generation to safeguard our identity. Global financial systems have not been favorable to Africa's development. Historically, Africa has contributed immensely to the so-called developed countries. African countries are often forced to borrow at high cost, stifling development and promoting dependency, and a high debt burden, which has limited the fiscal legroom to finance our growth and agenda. In-country banks, largely foreign-owned, follow the same exploitative policies. African nation states must strive to have locally owned banks to provide accessible and affordable finance for development. As my parting words, allow me to reflect on the Comrades Marathon metaphor I say, again, as Africa, we should be emphatically energized by the pan-African fact that those who complete the course will do so only because they do not, as fatigue sets in, convince themselves that the road ahead is still too long, the inclines too steep, the loneliness is impossible to bear, and the price itself of doubtful value. Although these tasks may seem daunting, they are achievable. With concerted effort, focus, and consistency, Africa will rise and reflect its true potential, a bright and proud continent. Africa's future is bright, and not even the darkest shadow of the vilest evil can dim her light. Let us unite and face adversity together. Africa, our motherland. I thank you.
Once more, Your Excellency, honorable members know that I'm not in the habit of commenting, but your speech has provoked my thoughts. And I think that's what we are missing in Africa. And your speech explains why we are backward compared to other continents. True, you don't find Africa restaurants across the world everywhere. But when you come to Africa, we all go to restaurants of the Western world that are food which is not ours. And I can go on and on. But I was sorry, let me make two quick comments, because this issue of something that is done, designed by Africa, and is not accepted, is a big crisis. If there's something good here, and I use it, and then I'm told it was designed by an African, I abandon it. I can only use it before I know it was done, which was an African. When there was COVID, and we were trying to look for solutions, Madagascar came up with some medicine. Oh, they were attacked because the medicine cannot come from an African country for COVID. Then Madagascar was isolated because it had come from Africa. In Rwanda, just to compliment it, in Rwanda there was conflict, which genocide. 2 million people died in about 3 months. Genocide, so the international community, UN said, let's set up some justice system to make sure that all those responsible are brought to court. You're all aware, I'll be very brief. 80 judges were brought to Uganda from international senior courts internationally to try and bring all the victims, or the accused, to court. The court sat. After 2 years, they had only done 6 cases, yet there were thousands of people accused. So they decided that, no, look, it won't work. This Western model of Western judges won't work. Let's go back to the traditional system called the Gacaca courts. So through the traditional systems, today, Rwanda is they say the most peaceful, one of the most peaceful countries on the continent or in the world, and the cleanest. And indeed, when you go to Rwanda today, or to Kigali, and I've been there several times, when you ask them about, are you Hutu Tutsi, they will say, no, 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 not that question. We are one. We no longer know who's Tutsi, who's Hutu. So it ended. But if you read the literature, they say, yes, 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 the traditional systems worked, and now we have peace. But you know, they lack some of the Western approaches to peace or reconciliation. Unless you bring in something Western, even if it's a solution, it is not accepted. And we as Pan-African Parliament, where this chamber is the only epicenter on this continent, the passion of African and Pan-Africanism. Unless PAP stands up and reminds other Africans that, look, we are poor because we don't like ourselves. We like someone else. The moment we are proud of what Africa is. Anyway, I thought I should say that. And lastly, talking about democracy. Burkina Faso, so there are so many examples, just one example. Burkina Faso. You all know in Burkina Faso, talking about democracy, there's a constitution and term limits. You don't know what happened. Then the sitting president then decided that after the 2 terms, he wanted to continue. So asked parliamentarians elected by the people, to amend the constitution to allow the sitting president to go beyond the 2 terms. And the parliamentarians sat and amended the constitution to allow more terms. And the people said, who told you? Yes, who told you? You parliamentarians, who told you? So talk about democracy. People said no. They marched, as you know, to Ouagadougou, and they torched the parliament. They banned people banned the parliament in protest against parliamentarians elected by the people. And let me end here to say this issue of democracy should not be taken at face value. Only that point, not at face value. And lastly, a quotation from Greenspan, former governor of the Federal Reserve, that's the Reserve Bank of USA. In his book, he says, if there is something that does not work, it's democracy. Unfortunately, we have not been able to find a replacement. That's what he said in his book. So I'm saying these things are, Your Excellency, to show appreciation and that your message is sunk brain to heart, that this parliament should be challenged to lead the issue of Pan-Africanism so that the Africans can liberate themselves. We liberated ourselves as some territory, Zimbabwe, liberation, and when we close this one. But overall, as Africans, we have not yet liberated ourselves. And that, we need to pursue that one. I agree with Dr. Matole that let's form an alliance, a strong one, with the Kara Institute and people like yourselves. And I think we need to sit down and how we can structure it better with PAP so that it becomes a continuous fight. Because we just meet like today on this date, we debate, it's closed. And then maybe next year, 25 May, we meet and we close. We need to work together. As a former member of this parliament, I think it will be much easier to structure something. And on this note, in thanking His Excellency the Prime Minister, I'll invite First Vice President Honorable Masauda to give us the words of gratitude to the Prime Minister, and then there will be some gifts after the speech. Thank you.
شكرا.
I thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Charumbira, for giving me the floor in order to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, for accepting the invitation to be here amongst us. And he has presented a very important presentation because he has given us a very good example of combining our efforts and expressing our solidarity, and he's given also examples about democracy, referring to democracy in the Kingdom of Swatini. I would like to thank him, and thank you also for paying attention to his very important statement. And I would like to invite Mr. President to present this token, the present, to His Excellency.
Thank you, First Vice President Professor Masouda. Your Excellency, coming from Africa, and this parliament being an African parliament, two things that we do in our African culture always is when you have such a significant visit, usually you give them a goat or some chicken to take home. But before they go, you give them also some food. Now, sitting here, if we give you a chicken, there are so many laws, veterinary laws, something live. So we have something that will not present problems to you to cross the borders and to the airport. Can you come over here? So, all members, we are presenting Africa. We are presenting Africa. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm told by the clerk that there are no announcements. We've come to the end of the morning session. We break for lunch and we come back at 2 o'clock to proceed with business. On the other president, we function at 2. And again, to remind you that after the afternoon session, we'll all at 5:30 move to Gallagher Estate for the big dinner to celebrate 20 years of the existence of Pan-African Parliament, and we'll have again 1 or 2 other presentations. So this afternoon will be much longer. Please don't go after lunch. Come back and go for dinner after 5. We break for lunch. We remain seated. Allow the Prime Minister to move to the lounge. But let's stand and just clap for him. Oh, sorry. I am advised we go to our usual photo platform. So let's photo with the Prime Minister. In that case, I'll ask the Prime Minister, please, protocol. We go out for some photos.
Here. What?
When you carry the flags, I'll get it. Yeah. I see him smiling like. Yo, I have a picture. Yo, I remember you guys on my phone. I don't have my phone. It's That's my cousin, right? He posted it on Facebook. I even just went on Facebook by mistake and then I just see it. This is cousin. He has this company. So he has like workers now because it's growing, it's growing. He has like workers. And now it's the picture. He posted a picture. He, the worker has been working for him. Like he became like the permanent driver. Out. Right. Okay, now. And then, of my cousin. The guy built the house, the garage. It's so nice. It's just like the pretty thing. He caption is like, yo, got this picture from one of my workers. Been permanently working with me for 2 years, and it's so nice to see that he did. I wanted to. Is it not my I must remember it's also in the rural areas where to build. It's not expensive. Maybe on- Like it's just like we were all very busy. That's the thing that are able to come to work. Come to work. Yes, and come. Good afternoon, sir. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Still living.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
I just have my life. Okay. No, I don't have. Here we go. Not the first one. Just took there. I'm like, I have my check. Oh, naked them. Shit. It's so she late by here. Nicely late. But that's yellow. You have busy with this yellow. You said this one is wearing yellow. This one is, I don't know. It's yellow. So I'm like, which yellow? I could have said blonde. Oh. I don't eat. I don't eat. No, you don't serve me. It's more. I thought it was the first 200. It's not 200, 100 rand. I think 200 or 100. I think 200 or 100. Anything, okay. Oh, Catherine, I knew that. I don't know. Okay, tomorrow. Tomorrow, is it not that other one? Who is the one who seen himself on my birthday? Yeah. Wait for 25. Welcome, Honorable. Yeah. We will guide you. We'll guide you. Yeah. 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 Oh, look at that one. Oh, beautiful. One is always. One, the Congo, the French speaking one. Yeah. I'm like, when tomorrow's my birthday, then I buy me something. So the next day, I was like, ah, happy birthday. No, remind me, not remind me, but Monday I'm gonna see. Oh my God, that's Monday actually. Remember the good people, the people. Avoiding me. I don't know if the greeting that is being smiling. Zero. And I'm doing this like you. And the thing is, it's also expected. Like,
Honorable members, the Honorable First Vice President,
السلام عليكم إخوتي الكرام. نبدأ الآن نواصل.
Good afternoon. We will resume our proceedings. In fact, the President is engaged with the Prime Minister of Eswatini. I'm going to ask Mohamed Abdasalam, Chair of Planning at NEPAD, to come to the podium for his presentation. Director of Strategy and Planning at NEPAD. Is he in the chamber? Apparently, Mr. Mohamed Abdusalam is not present right now.
بما أن السيد عبد السلام غير موجود.
Since Mr. Abdusalam is not here, I'm going to ask the clerk to ask the technician to connect to the Zoom platform so that we can follow the presentation that will be given by colleagues in Addis Ababa. The presentation will be given by Mrs. Maduri Yafi, who is going to present virtually, and another presentation will be given by Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of AFC FTA, also a virtual presentation. I'm going to ask the clerk to contact the technicians so that we can begin presentations online. Madam Clerk, please contact the technicians. Thank you.
سندعو الإخوة للتأني شيئا ما في انتظار.
I ask for your indulgence, dear colleagues, because apparently there is a technical issue. I ask for your indulgence. We will be hearing presentations on Zoom. We apologize for the delay. Thank you.
Nous sommes désolés de ces désagréments. En effet,
Very sorry for this inconvenience. Indeed, there have been changes to the program. The president is with our host, and after the contribution of the president, we should have had virtual presentations from NEPAD, from Addis Ababa. Since we have technical problems, we are going to call on Honorable Venani to make his presentation, please. Honorable Henry Venani.
le rapport de Venani portera.
The presentation of Mr. Venani will be on advancing free movement in Africa.
The Presidium, members of Parliament, present here. I am presenting a report of the Committee of the Pan-African Parliament on Trade, Customs and Immigration that has the specific responsibility to consider matters relating to the development of sound policy for cross-border, regional and continental concerns within the areas of trade, customs and immigration. A workshop was held between ECOSOC, which is the civil society organization equivalent to PAP or a counterpart to PAP. PAP is Parliament. ECOSOC is the civil society organization for the African countries, or rather called ECOSOC as an acronym. Various numbers of workshops were held. A workshop was held during the Pan-African Parliament committees between the month of June, from the 25th to the 28th of June, and various presentations were made, amongst others a presentation by an expert and founder of the African Prosperity Funds, Mrs. Yavi Madurai, on the promotion and advancement of free movement of persons in Africa. The summary of the report of ECOSOC and PAP working sessions on advancing free movement. The ECOSOC, which is a civil society organization, was established under the provisions of Article 5 and 22 of the African Union Constitutive Act as a vehicle for building strong partnerships between governments and all segments of African civil society. Similar to the Pan-African Parliament, ECOSOC is mandated to promote the participation of Africans and civil society in the work of the African Union. Thus, as the African Union works to promote support for the free movement protocol and advocate for its ratification and implementation, collaboration between PAP and ECOSOC is a necessity. Collaboration between the two organs will and ought to synergize legislative and civil society efforts, thereby ensuring a comprehensive approach to promote support, awareness, ratification, and implementation of the African Union Protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. The working session brought together members of the Pan-African Parliament and of the committee and members of the Committee on International Cooperation, Relations and Conflict Resolution. The working session focused on enhancing understanding and support for the ratification of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the free movement of persons, right of residence, the right of establishment through parliamentary engagement. It aimed to develop knowledge, assess key issues, and formulate actionable strategies for mobilizing support. Key matters that arose from these participations were three important matters. One, the need for awareness and sensitization. The presentations highlighted a lack of awareness and understanding among policymakers. And that is very important, that we as policymakers need to understand what is it that we want to achieve with the free movement protocol. What is it that we envisage to bring to Africa? What does this free movement mean to ordinary citizens that do not know why people are coming to their shores? So I think sensitization is very fundamental. Challenges in implementations, where race is also a key issue. The discussions underscored the challenges faced in implementing the free movement policies across the African regions. These challenges include varying levels of implementation among the regional economic communities, which are called the RECs, and concerns about security, inequality, and economic disparities. Thirdly, the legal and regulatory frameworks were also highlighted, that while the protocol outlines a comprehensive legal and regulatory framework for facilitating free mechanisms of conflicting national laws, lastly, the protection of human rights. Emphasis was placed on the protection of human rights, including the right to freedom of movement and residence as enshrined in international declarations and charters. Participants highlighted the importance of ensuring that the implementation of free movement policies does not exacerbate inequalities or pose threats to peace and security. Commitment to continued collaboration. Stakeholders agreed that there must be a continuous cross-fertilization and collaboration to address the challenges in ratifying and implementing the protocol to the treaty, establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, right of establishment. Future sessions and roundtable discussions were proposed to maintain a momentum and track progress. Summary of the presentation and advancing free movement in Africa. Migration and mobility have been linked to the economic development of the African continent as outlined in some of the African Union key policy frameworks, including boosting intra-African trade, BIAT, and Agenda 2063. The African Free Trade agreement has been signed by 54 countries and ratified by 38 countries, while the free movement protocol has been signed by 33 countries and only ratified by 4 countries. So I think it is important for members of parliament when we go back to engage our own parliament, because this protocol needs 15 countries to come into force, and only 4 countries have ratified it. So if more than 11 countries come on board, we will have a free movement protocol in place. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a critical precursor of free movement, and it seeks to promote the movement of business persons across the 54 African states. The protocol includes the protocols on trade in services, investment and competition, which have all been adopted by the 2024 Heads of States Assembly, envisage the mobility of persons. Efficient and effective management of migration can enhance the productive capacities that contribute to boosting intra-African trade and achieving integration on the continent. Easier movement of persons on the continent would make labor markets more efficient, enabling companies to bridge skills gaps by recruiting from neighboring countries, and greater conditions for the mobility of workers has the potential to lower unemployment rates. The presenters emphasize that in 2018, a study of the African Union Commission and the International Organization for Migration acknowledged that security concerns, socioeconomic disparities, and health pandemics contributed to the reluctance of many African countries to ratify and implement the regional AU free movement of persons. Most member states lack capacity and resources to establish civil registrations for identification of nationals and thereby implementing integrated border management system, posing security issues. It was further highlighted the challenges that impede the ratification of the free movement protocol, which are disparities in understanding. That many of our people, many of our legislators and policymakers do not understand, why should I open my border for another citizen to come into my country? Not realizing that if all of us can be able to get Malawians labor on agriculture, we would go very far with areas such as irrigation and agricultural production, because they are very good at it. Other countries have skills that our countries do not have. So we need to start understanding and conceptualizing the need for skills to be transferred across our countries for us to be able to exacerbate production and have greater outputs. Disparities in understanding is a critical issue. Existing border issues and infrastructure deficit on the continent, that we want the movement of goods and services between our countries, but do we have the requisite infrastructure for us to have free movement of goods and services? For example, you are sitting with some ports that take over 30 to 40 days just to handling simple cargo. You are having some entry points and border points on the African continent where the security guard or the police is the authority and there is no customs patrol. So we need to listen up and liberalize our infrastructure in such a way that it makes it easier for each and every citizen that is having goods and services to be able to access. Security concerns. We are seeing a number of hot flashes on the African continent. We are looking at examples of the DRC. We are looking at some hotbed areas where you see a lot of people are migrating unwillingly because of war situation. And because there are war situations around our regions, we are not ready to open our borders because we are thinking that we are becoming just recipients of refugees. The issue of xenophobia is a critical issue that we should not underestimate. Even here in South Africa, it has had a number of flashes where people just believe that there are even political parties on the continent, even here in South Africa, that thrive on xenophobic tendencies to say that foreigners must go, therefore you will get a job. And because of that, people do not conceptualize and understand the need for the free movement of people and goods and services, because they are saying, should we allow our borders so that foreigners can come and take our jobs? So as politicians, we should start interrogating these matters. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area's dependency on the free movement protocol is also a challenge. Prioritizing movement of goods and services over people is also a hindrance. First, African Continental Free Trade Area wants the movement of goods and services, But we are not saying, why should it be difficult for an African to visit a country that is a holiday destination, and why should there be stringent laws of visa regimes, stringent visa regimes for us to visit one another? These are some of the challenges that we are having with implementing the free movement of persons. Incoherence between national and regional and continental commitments. Sometimes at continental commitments, we want Africa free trade area. At regional level, that is not the emphasis. At national level, the emphasis is otherwise. So we must create a synergy between our areas of commitment so that we become coherent in addressing the matters of free movement of persons. Domestic interests and the lack of trust between member states. We are sitting in the same regional economic groups, but each country has its own domestic areas of interest. So we don't trust our neighbors. We think that they are competing with us. We think that they are going to overlap us economically. We think that they are better than us. Those kind of isms and prejudice that we have about one another makes it very difficult for many of our countries to open up our borders and to deal with one another. At the end of the presentation, members mentioned that Africa is often seen as a continent of mass migration and displacement caused by poverty, violent conflict, and environmental stress. And I want to emphasize that for as long as people move for the negative reasons, for poverty, for war, for famine, for all the negative reasons, those that are thriving, those economies that are in the growing gear would always close their borders because they are saying, why should we import poverty? Why should we import problems? So I think it is important amongst us to sensitize and to make sure that we silence the guns on the continent, that conflict does not become a major force for people to migrate. Because if you look at many countries, especially on the frontier of the Arab countries or the African Arab countries that have become now exiting points of many Africans from the continent going via the Mediterranean to Europe. It's a shame that our own governments, our own leadership, we as parliamentarians are failing to provide the basic necessary jobs to our own young people, that they would sacrifice their lives to go and die in the oceans and seas because of a better life. And I think it is important and incumbent upon us as leaders for us to really try and do everything in our means to really provide the basic necessity support to our citizens so that many of our people do not die in these very bad conditions that they are dying in. The African continent has recorded an unprecedented number of insurgencies, xenophobic attacks, discrimination against immigrants, border disputes, military coups, genocide, and other state tensions, acts of piracy, and politically motivated acts of violence and nationalism. These situations affect most of the African countries and made migration difficult within the continent. Africa has the dream of attaining the highest level of economic growth, and this can only be effective if there is a free movement of persons on the continent. I always make this argument, it's my posted argument that because we are currently the poorest continent in the world, we must be the next frontier of development, because who else must develop if it is not the poor people? And we have the requisite minerals, we have the requisite economic advantages, a very young youth bulge, young population. We have the minerals, we are a repository of clearly more than 40% of the world minerals in the world. We have deposits of oils, but we are not using these assets to the advantage of our populace, to the advantage of our people. And that is the need for us, that if our aim is to really modernize Africa, make Africa a productive continent, we must look at our policies where they are failing. And some of the time, we seated here in our own domestic parliaments are the causes of policies that are not directing change for the benefit of our people. And all of us, I want to plead to you as legislators and as leaders, that when we go back to our countries, in our own polities, we must accelerate the question of development. We cannot speak of pan-Africanism. We cannot speak of the values of Africa under poverty. There is nothing pan-Africanism on poverty. There is nothing pan-Africanist in war zone areas. There's nothing xenophobic about pan-Africanism. So we must really accelerate our effort in addressing the socio-economic trajectory of our people. The Pan-African Parliament is envisioned as a platform to present the African people. Further to this vision, the protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament has outlined some of the key objectives that PAP shall be responsible for. This includes, inter alia, facilitate the effective implementation of the policies and objectives of the African Union, contribute to a more prosperous future of the peoples of Africa by promoting collective self-reliance and economic recovery, facilitate cooperation and development in Africa, and strengthen continental solidarity, cooperation and development, and build a sense of common destiny. These are great ideals. The chairperson of the Finance Committee was here, telling us a story on how we are underfunded here. The ideals of this parliament are so great. But if you have no concomitant support system to support this parliament to become effective, we are creating a number of concocracies, big institutions on the African continent, but we are not ready to give the requisite support, financial support to institutions for them to be able to transform the lives of many of our people. And this is a challenge to PAP as we are addressing the question of Pan-Africanism relating to our financial support and ability and what we want to achieve, the vision of the African Union, that the African Union has a vision for Africa, but the body that must drive that vision, which is the Pan-African Parliament, is not receiving the requested support that it must get in order for it to advance that agenda. So we are 2 steps ahead, 3 steps behind, and that needs to be addressed. Recommendations of free movement of persons in Africa. The following recommendations have been formulated. I spoke about the need for intensive sensitization campaigns to raise awareness among policymakers, parliamentarians, civil society, organizations, and the general public about the free movement protocol, focusing on its objectives, principles, benefits, and addressing concern. Organization of capacity building trainings, that's very important. Harmonization of laws, and this is very critical. To make efforts to harmonize national laws and regulations with the provisions of the free movement protocol to ensure consistency and smooth transformation. Monitoring and evaluation, establish mechanisms to monitor and evaluate the implementation of the protocol, tracking progress, identify challenges, and address gaps regularly, and particularly regarding its impact on security, economy, and social cohesion. Engagement with stakeholders, that's very critical. Prioritization of parliamentary engagement involving goodwill ambassadors, influencers, and special envoys in certain instances. Effective utilization of digital strategies for promoting the free movement protocol. Establish a consistent parliamentary network for advocacy to advance discourse. Organize parallel events to raise awareness and garner support. Integrate civil society into educational initiatives to enhance understanding and participation. Maintain continuous dialogue and education among policymakers, civil society organizations, and the public to address concern and build momentum for the ratification and implementation of this very important document. This is the report of the Committee of Trade, Customs, and Immigration for your kind consideration. Thank you very much.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Henry Venani, member of the Committee of Customs, Trade and Immigration. As a matter of fact, it is an excellent presentation in which it emerges that it is difficult in our continent to move freely across the continent and maybe easier to move to other continents. This is indeed a call for a fight for integration in our continent. You referred to a number of recommendations. It is our hope that these recommendations will be taken into consideration by our leaders and our population. There's a need to sensitize our leaders at the national level and the public. There's a need for implementation to implement the protocol on the integration of our continent for its development and its social and economic development. You also talked about an important concept on monitoring and evaluation and to identify the constraints which are important to the social and economic problems. So it's a matter of organization, and we need to move to the presentation of Madam Yadi Botra on the Fund for Prosperity. It's going to be online, and afterwards we would have to discuss the activity report, which is very important. So, Madam Yavi Mondai, if you are online, please, you have the floor.
Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Madam Clerk, has the technical problem been resolved so that if Madam Yavi is online, she could take the floor. The technical team should get into contact with Madam Yavi. Hello.
Apparemment, Madame Yavi.
Apparently, Madam Yavi is facing some connection problems. So we'll move on to the next presentation by Mr. Mohamed Abdesalam, Director of Strategy and Planning of NEPAD. Mr. Abdesalam, you have the floor if you're online.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, all protocol observed. My name is Simon Kisira. I work with the African Union Development Agency as the head of monetary collaboration. I am sitting in for my director, Mr. Mohamed Abdusalam, who got an emergency a while ago. He's requested a presentation on his behalf. I seek your guidance, Chair, whether I should continue.
Merci, vous avez la parole. Merci bien.
You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I have been requested to share on the Agenda 2063, the work that we are doing very closely with the African Union Commission, and with again, with your permission, I beg to share my screen, and this is going to be a very brief presentation on both the evaluation of the first 10-year plan as well as the second 10-year plan of Agenda 2060. And just to remind ourselves that we again are departing from a point of the AU vision, where we are looking at Africa as integrated, prosperous, and peaceful, and more fundamentally, a continent that is driven by its own citizens and presenting itself as a dynamic force in the global arena. We are then saying the Agenda 2063 is this long-term strategic framework that will guide the continent into sustainable growth and transformation, and that calls upon individual and collective efforts towards that growth and transformation. It is a rallying call to all sections of the African society, the civil society, the public sector, the private sector, the media, and indeed everybody to work together towards shaping this common future and destiny. Again, just to remind ourselves that there are certain ideals that the agenda has been constructed upon, one of it being the Africa Union vision, the other one being the 8 priority areas of the Solemn Declaration, the 7 aspirations of the African people when they pronounced themselves in 2013 to say, in 50 years' time, this is the Africa we want to see. The regional and continental frameworks, such as the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, the Environmental Action Plan, and so on and so forth. And more importantly, the member states' plans and priorities as critical vehicles for delivering the Agenda 2063. And all this is categorized into short-term, medium-term, and long-term. This is just a reminder of the solemn declarations, the 8 ideals, and just to put a lot of emphasis on the second but last one, which is about Africa determining its own destiny, shaping and driving towards its destiny. And that is a critical cog that ultimately sits both as an ideal, but also as an aspiration of the African people. Just to remind ourselves of the 7 aspirations of Agenda 2063, we'll just pick 2 or 3. The first one is a prosperous Africa that is based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Aspiration 3 is saying we need an Africa of good governance, one that embodies democracy, and one that is built on a respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. The last example here we'll take is Aspiration 6, an Africa whose development is people-driven, unleashing the potential of its women and the youth. Particular emphasis placed on women and youth playing a central role in the design and implementation of Agenda 2063. So, Excellencies, again, just to get a synopsis of what this first decade plan was all about. So the first 10 years, which straddled 2014 to 2023, was constructed around the 7 aspirations and 20 goals. And when we mapped this out, there were 4 classifications that came out. The first classification, there are a number of goals where Africa aspires to create wealth. So they are more around wealth creation. The second classification acknowledges that yes, we need to create wealth, but this wealth needs to be shared in an equitable manner. So shared prosperity, which is a prerequisite for formed life. The third cohort then speaks about systemic capacities within Africa to generate the wealth and to share the wealth in a sustainable manner. That within Africa, we should have the capacity to create our own wealth, but also to share our wealth as one of the prerequisites for peaceful and harmonious living and sustainable development. The last configuration has to do with the environment, taking good care of our environment, both for our own generations, but also for other generations. A number of success factors were highlighted to buttress the implementation of the first decade. And evidently, most of these success factors would also apply in the subsequent decades. The first one being the support that the political leadership deploys towards the design, the implementation, and the reporting on Agenda 2063. The second one is the need for strong and responsive institutions at all levels to drive, again, the planning, the implementation, the coordination of Agenda 2063. The third one is about resource mobilization, that we need to have resources available and deployed towards the implementation of Agenda 2063. One of the subtexts here is looking at largely domestic resources to fund our own agenda. And the fourth dimension of success is data, statistics, information to inform decisions on resource allocation, on investment choices, on coordination, and everything. The other success factor has to do with ensuring that the agenda belongs to the people, that there is a critical mass of the African people at all levels, up to subnational communities, that identify with the agenda and can run with it, seeing that it's their own agenda. The other factor is partnerships, and here we are talking about fit for purpose partnerships, partnerships that are effective, partnerships that are mutually accountable, and partnerships that will provide that mutual respect, that Africa takes the lead, and the partners then accompany Africa toward achieving its goals and objectives. The other critical success factor is regional integration. And lastly, the need for Africa to create a common African narrative, a narrative that we all identify with. The first 10-year plan had an implementation architecture which recognized that implementation of Agenda 2063 is the role of national governments and the national and people at national level. And hence the need to have systemic capacity for planning, for budgeting, for implementation, for reporting, for coordination, because that is where implementation takes place. But that's well said. There is a recognition that there is need for implementation support, be it coming from the continental bodies, the regional economic communities, or even from global entities, there is need for implementation support. And that implementation support was structured in 4+1 areas. The first one had to do with making sure that the continental agenda is domesticated at national level to the extent that it is internalized, is embedded within the national planning and implementation. So the whole notion around domestication was created. The second implementation support that was required was the need to provide technical mainstreaming of the continental agenda into the national agenda. So it's now getting into the technical substance of saying, if the target at the continental level is saying we should have all school-going age children in school by 2023, what does that mean for Ethiopia? What does that mean for Lesotho? What does it mean for Namibia? So it's about customizing the continental targets, goals, and situating them within the different countries based on their level of, economic and social development. The third area of support was to ensure that member states have the capacities to track, to analyze, and ultimately to report on the progress of implementation of the plan. And the last one was every so often taking a moment to look back and assess how well and how far agenda is being implemented in the respective countries. And all that would be underpinned by advocacy, communication, and an informed public that would have to put in place a mechanism to ensure that that is the case. So the special project of Agenda 2063 came in at a point just before the decade, the first 10 years of Agenda 2063 came to an end, where the Executive Council called upon the African Union Commission and the African Union Development Agency, AUD, NEPAD, to lead on the evaluation of the first 10 years, but also use the lessons that were learned from the first decade to inform the construction of the second 10-year plan. And hence, those were the two components of the special project. So for the evaluation, we looked at 5 parameters. The first parameter had to do with the relevance of Agenda 2063 and the second 10-year plan to the national efforts. The second criteria had to do with coherence, how compatible the agenda is with other relevant agendas, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, the High Fives, and definitely the National Development Plan. The third criteria spoke to efficiency, how well organized and how well prepared Africa was to implement its own plan. The fourth criteria was on effectiveness, essentially assessing how far we had moved towards achieving our targets, and also the quality of progress, performance that was being made. And the last criteria was about sustainability, not so much of the efforts, but sustainability of the results and outcomes emerging from the implementation. So from the relevance, we looked at a number of parameters including, the targeting, the level of awareness, the ownership, and the perception of relevance of the agenda. And it was recognized that overall, the agenda is as relevant as it was 10 years ago. It's still very relevant to the development landscape of the African people. In terms of coherence, we see a very strong intersection between the Sustainable Development Goals, the High Fives, and Agenda 2063. The intersections are all above 85%, very strong level of intersection. So it's very coherent. The only shortcoming is that we did not seize the potential of the strong synergies and employ it in implementing Agenda 2060. For example, there were no deliberate efforts to leverage the implementation architecture of the SDGs in support of implementing Agenda 2063 at the national level. And that was a shortcoming. In terms of efficiency, we looked at efficiency from 4 broad areas. And one of the areas was analyzed was the fact that the agenda was not costed. The first 10-year plan was not costed. And so it was very difficult to even understand the magnitude and scope of the funding gap. And this stifled any efforts around resource mobilization. No one was clear about how much we needed, let alone how much is then available, and hence what is the gap. And that was a big challenge. But even without that clarity of information, we then looked at just the implementation support budget that the AU had put in place between 2014 and 2021. And we recognize that just from the perspective of implementation support, the budget was very inadequate. And beyond that, an analysis of the budget showed that a huge, significant proportion of the budget was allocated to just one area, which was peace and security. And from the aspiration perspective, peace and security, which is aspiration 4, is one of the 7. So if 76% of the budget is allocated to peace and security, it left only 24% for the other 6 aspirations. So there was a skew in the allocation. And unfortunately, even with that skew, the money was not enough. The budget is not enough for implementation support towards peace and security. But also there was no deliberate linkage between peace, security, and development. There was no nexus. And so overall rating of efficiency is that we were very weak. In terms of effectiveness, we had varied performance across the 20 goals. There were goals and associated targets where the continent registered quite tremendous progress. For example, the proportion of the population with access to internet went much higher than what had been planned. The number and percentage of eligible people with access to antiretroviral treatment, we performed very well as a continent. But there were indicators where we performed just average as a continent. For example, the school enrollment among primary school children was average. The percentage of population access to clean water, we performed just average, and so on and so forth. But more concerning were those indicators where we actually went backwards. We did not make progress, but we regressed. In other words, the status is worse than we were in 2013. For example, the percentage of girl children engaged in child marriage. So child marriage, the percentages have increased. Child trafficking, the percentages have increased. The percentage of the population that is living under the national poverty line increased. The percentage of unemployment rates actually increased. So there were about 13 indicators out of 70 for which we regressed, and those are points of concern. The evaluation also looked at the performance of the flagship, and we recognize that a lot of the flagships are still at very nascent stages. And this is performance against targets that were set for 2023, not the progress of implementing the flagships, but the progress made towards a particular target had been set for 2023. So we see that the single African air transport
Apparemment, il y a un problème.
Apparently, we have a technical problem. The interpreters can no longer hear the presenter. Mr. Gali, can we contact the presenter by telephone, please?
Recording in progress.
I sincerely apologize for dropping off. Chairperson, sincere apologies for that. May I continue, please, Excellence?
Oui, vous pouvez continuer.
Yes, please go ahead.
Excellence, can I continue, please?
Oui, monsieur.
Yes, we can hear you. You can carry on, please. Thank you.
Apparemment, le problème technique persiste.
It seems that the technical problem continues. It appears that the speaker cannot hear us. We were trying to tell the speaker to go ahead. We still have a technical problem. The speaker is not hearing us. It seems like he cannot hear. If you can hear us, sir, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Allumez votre micro, s'il vous plaît.
Please, can you turn your microphone on, sir? Please turn your microphone on.
Monsieur Gali, essayez de le...
Mr. Gali, please, can you call him? Please, can you call the speaker, Mr. Gali?
So sorry, Excellencies. I'm very sorry that I dropped off. I beg your guidance. Should I continue from where I dropped off?
Oui, monsieur.
Yes, indeed, sir. Please continue. Your microphone was not on earlier, so we can hear you now. So please carry on with the presentation. Thank you.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you confirm that you can hear us?
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Hear anything, Excellence, Chairperson. I wish to get your
On vous
guidance
entend
whether I
5 sur
should
5. Il
continue
n'y a pas
or
de
not.
problème.
Please.
Et on vous demande de...
We can hear you very clearly, Mr. Speaker. Please carry on with your presentation. Thank you.
Apologies for that. Sincere apologies.
OK, merci bien.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll then move to then the summary. And we are saying that in terms of the relevance, Agenda 2063 remains extremely relevant. In terms of coherence, it's very coherent with the Sustainable Development Goals and I-5s and the National Development Plans. In terms of efficiency, it's extremely weak. Africa was not very well organized to deliver on its agenda. In terms of effectiveness, as we saw in the previous graph, we are standing at 39%, so we are not doing very well. In terms of sustainability, because of lack of strong coordination, political will is very strong at the high political lines, but that does not cascade down to the lower levels. So it's very weak at lower levels. And then we have a promising impact. So what are the recommendations? We have four sets of recommendations. The first one is going forward, other 10-year implementation plans should have sustainable domestic resources available to their disposal. The second one is that we need to strengthen the coordination at all levels. So even at implementation support, There should be coordination among the AU entities when they are going to a particular country. There should be coordination between AU entities and the REG when they are providing support to the member states. There should be coordination with development partners. So coordination is a critical point. And 3, we need to strengthen the monitoring, reporting, and accountability practices. We also saw that because the design of the first 10-year plan did not have an integral component of building resilience and insulating the continent from any externalities such as the COVID outbreak. When COVID struck, a lot of the gains that the continent had realized in areas such as transformed economies, they were eroded drastically because we did not have a mechanism to insulate the continent from losing the gains. So we need to put in place resilience mechanisms, and we need to strengthen the nexus between peace, security, and development. We need to be very deliberate about strengthening domestication and raising awareness. Our communication needs to be much more robust to ensure that there is ownership at community level, at political level, at technical level, and indeed within a critical mass of the African people. We need to build capacities among the member states. So the implementation architecture to deliver on Agenda 2063 should be strengthened at that level. And we need to take to seize the opportunity of the 2 agendas, 1 plan, and make sure that we deliver as one. We need to leverage the implementation of the SDGs in the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan. And lastly, very much related to sustainable domestic resources, we may need to have to establish a development fund that is specifically dedicated to the implementation of Agenda 2063. So we get into the second 10-year implementation plan from the day we have lost a lot. We've lost time. 39% is very low. So we need to take the list over before we even start the second 10-year. So we are looking at the second 10-year as a decade of acceleration. We need to accelerate if we are to ultimately achieve the 2063 goals, targets, and aspirations. And this is just again to visualize what I mentioned, that there are certain goals where we perform extremely well, and there are goals where we perform extremely poorly. Goals such as goal 12, which is on governance, where we saw a spike in corruption incidences. Goal number 4, which was about transformed economies, we did not do very, very well. We did fairly well in some of the goals, such as goal 17, which is talking about gender, where we saw many more women occupying parliamentary seats at national and regional level. The second 10-year plan is very much in tandem with the construction of the agenda itself. So it lends itself to the 7 aspirations. But in this case, we are saying, what are those ambitions that we are setting up for the next 10 years between 2024 and 2033? And there are 7 moonsheets, ambitions to say we need to get Africa to a point where we have covered up for the lost time in the first 10 years, And we have then also been able to cover what we should have covered in the second 10 years. That's why we are calling them moonshots. Beyond the business as usual trajectory, but they are espousing a leap, broader leap. So one of them being every AU member state being in at least middle income. Moonshot 3, talking about public institutions being more responsive. These 7 moonshots. To operationalize each of the moonshots, we then looked back at the set of the 20 goals, the 39 priority areas, and the set of associated targets. And so one of the priorities is incomes, jobs, and decent work. And that has 2 broad targets: increasing the per capita income at country level, at least $3,048 US market exchange rate. We also then talking about that we keep an eye on unemployment rates. We reduce poverty by 20%. We reduce unemployment by 15% at whatever level that any country is at. We're saying, and that country reduce its inequality by 15%. Can it reduce poverty by 20% within the decade? And hence, we are saying that for us then to achieve that moonshot of at least middle income status, we need to go beyond business as usual. The green line shows us business as usual. That if we continue the way we are likely going to move from an average per capita of about 2,200 to perhaps about 2,650. But that's not good enough. We now need to push, and that's what we are calling the push scenario, to a level of 3,048. Now, for us to do that, there are a set of drivers. Using a modeling approach, we came up with 3 key drivers. The first one is recognizing that over the next decade, the next 10 years, agriculture will continue playing a fundamental role in Africa's development in many African countries. So agricultural production productivity needs to be boosted. We need to look at industrialization, manufacturing, and value addition. And we need to look at good governance as a critical driver and trigger for ensuring that we get that 3,048 GDP per capita. We also recognize that in that conversation, there are certain things that we need to work towards. For example, currently, a lot of food that we eat is imported outside the continent. And unfortunately, the trajectory shows increasing. But yet we have the potential and the capacity to bring it down to almost zero. We have the arable land. We have what it takes to do that. So for each of the moonshots, we have the key drivers, but beyond the key drivers, we have other supporting interventions. For example, the moonshot one, we say that at least 80% of Africa's households should have access to electricity. We are also saying that the GDP growth should be recorded of at least 6% in the country. And we're also saying that the contribution of digital services to GDP should be seated at a minimum of 7%. And lastly, just as an example, we need to ensure that we increase increase the diversification index that as we talk about intra-Africa trade, we are not doing the same things in the same set of countries. That if Kenya is growing maize, and Tanzania is growing maize, and Uganda is growing maize, and Rwanda is growing maize, then there will be very little for these countries to trade amongst themselves. So let's diversify the products that we generate, such that there is then that intra-Africa trade. And we are proposing a diversification index of at least 0.8. So the theory of change, and this is my second but last slide, the theory of change then is that if we are to achieve those moonshots, those ambitions by 2033, then there are three drivers, there are three vehicles that we are going to use. The first vehicle is the national development plans and frameworks at country level. So placing focus on ensuring that the national development plans are well designed, they are well implemented, well monitored, they are well funded, they are well supported, be a critical factor for the second 10 years. The second vehicle are the regional development plans. That these will also be critical. The third vehicle is the continental development programs, such as the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the Environmental Action Plan, the Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa, the plans around, on industrialization, and others. And we believe if these plans are reviewed and they are prepared to be fit for purpose, they will be critical vehicles. So the vehicles at continental, at regional, and national. In addition to the vehicles, we are also looking at what are those enablers that will provide the conducive environment for implementation. And we came up with 9 enablers. The first one is the need for us to leverage the benefits that technology and digitization are bringing on board. For example, e-governance, making sure that most of the public services can be accessed online. One needs a passport, and one is, in the hinterland. They can log into the system, and they can get, their passport, so on and so forth. So digitization, education side, in the governance side, health sector, in agriculture, in all sectors. The second enabler is communication and awareness. We need to deepen awareness. Our 10-year plan, we failed to meet the threshold. The second 10-year, we need to deepen all the way up to subnational and community. We then have an appreciation for what is Agenda 20. What does it mean for them? How can they contribute? The third enabler is building, and this again straddles across all levels, continental, regional, and national level. We need capacities in planning, capacities in resource mobilization, capacities in reporting, capacities in all dimensions. The fourth enabler is monitoring, evaluation, data, accountability, and learning, what we are calling MEDO. That there needs to be a structured, robust mechanism for collecting data, analyzing that data, and using that data report and using that report for mutual review, collective reflection, for dialogue, for debate, for accountability, for learning. We need to have platforms, processes, and mechanisms in place for that. The other enabler is resilience. And we learn from the lessons of the first 10 years that because we did not have resilience mechanisms in place, we lost a lot that we had gained. The other enabler is partnerships. We need strong partnerships that are responsive and aligned to Agenda 2063 and Africa's vision. The other enabler is domestication. We need to domesticate the agenda. Financing is another enabler, and coordination, as mentioned earlier. So some of the critical factors going forward, the second 10-year that we see as very fundamental is political support and transformed leadership, support that will champion the cause of Agenda 2063 at continental, at regional, at national, at subnational levels will be critical and fundamental. The second critical factor that we are highlighting is coordination and alignment. And we think one of the points of entry are the two agendas, one plan, considering that the AU and the UN agendas, our principals have given us a go ahead that these should be implemented as one. We need to seize and latch onto that opportunity and deliver the second 10-year in a slightly different way. The third one is strong and responsive institutions. Here we are talking about systemic capacities, skills and competencies, but also in building technology, appropriate technology. And the last dimension we are highlighting is financing and partnerships, and making sure that the partnerships align to our agenda and that there is sustainable financing, preferably domestic resource mobilization. Number 8 is the volume of resources that would be required for the implementation of the second 10. We used a methodology that looked at both what the member states are currently deploying towards the implementation of their national development plans. At the moment, the aggregate figure stands at about 3 trillion, 3.3 trillion dollars. And the pattern, if we had to look at the historic trend, the pattern seems to be gradual increase. If we took the business trajectory, we are likely going to see that by 2033, the member states will be putting on the table about 5.6 trillion. But based on the ambitions that we then proposed, we see that for the continent to achieve those sets of moonshots and ambitions, we shall need more than 5.6 trillion. So we did a costing, and the cost estimate pointed at about 8.9 trillion. In other words, we need an additional 3.3 trillion over the next 10 years. This is something that we shall continuously acting upon, and we keep looking to you, Excellencies, for further support, for further guidance on how to move forward. I beg to stop here, Excellency Chairman. I'm very sorry for the. I beg to stop here. Thank you so much.
Merci pour le.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation you've made. I'm sorry that because my back was to the screen, I didn't really follow the written presentation as such, but I have been listening closely and have gathered a great deal of information, in particular the issue of labor creation, which will lead to shared prosperity and sustainable development for our continent, all in all. So we trust that before 2063, we will have the Africa that we want. That is an integrated Africa, which is resilient, peaceful, strong, and sustained by the citizens of the continent. So may I request that the presenter sends this presentation through to the Secretariat via email so that it can be disseminated to all the parliamentarians. So let me thank you and now open the floor for, invite the next presenter followed by a debate in the House. So we have Ms. V. Yavi Madurai, the the founder of African Prosperity Fund. This will be a remote presentation. We will be considering advancing free movement in Africa. This is a workshop today which has brought together numerous groups working together, and from there we will have a presentation from Ms. Yavi sharing with us the different aspects. So please, the floor is yours, Madam.
I just want to check that you can all hear me because I see there's some technical issues. So I just want to check that everyone can hear. Is that okay? Can we hear? Yeah?
Oui, on vous entend 5 sur 5.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Vous pouvez commencer.
On that note, Excellencies, the President, the Deputy President, honorable members of Parliament and the Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yavi Madure. I'm from the African Prosperity Fund, and I'm also here in my capacity as the national facilitator or the series facilitator on the Free Movement Protocol under the African Union for African Union, ECOSOC, and GIZ, as we've been undertaking a program for the last 3 years. I'm speaking to you from Washington, D.C., so it's morning for me. So I hope your afternoon is well. I'm going to swap over to my presentation, if you will allow me. Okay, and then just switch off my camera as well. Okay, so from a free movement protocol perspective, we undertook a project in 2022 with ECOSOC, African Union ECOSOC, and GIZ to create awareness to ensure that there has been domestication and implementation of the free movement protocol, because as you know, there has been not enough ratifications to meet the ability for us to be able to implement and roll out. So we are at the stage where we have only 4 ratifications, 33 signatures, so 33 member states have signed, but only 4 have ratified the free movement protocol. And that misalignment we're going to talk through today. You've heard from His Excellency Wamkele Mene in terms of the AFCFTA's rollout and domestication and implementation. Earlier today, obviously the misalignment with the Free Movement Protocol is the quandary that we are sitting with as a continent today. So just very quickly, I want to take you through, if you'll allow me, please, Your Excellencies and honorable members, if you'll allow me to just take you through a little bit of context and some background in terms of the Free Movement Protocol or movement from an African migration perspective. So the one thing that we do need to understand very, very clearly is that migration and human mobility have always been inextricably linked to Africa's story. It has never been something that has started now or, you know, is something that is recent or post-colonization. It was always Africa's story. Just to be able to give you some context, and I took the Immigration and Trade Committee through this last week, so I do apologize to those who are seeing it again. But just to be able to put it into context for the rest of Parliament is that if we look at some of the historical sites across the continent, the ruins of Gedi, for example, in Kenya, dates back to the 13th century. And when excavations were done, there was Ming vases and Venetian glass and all kinds of artifacts that were uncovered, which means that, or which signifies generally from a historical perspective, is that there was trade with global partners like the Chinese, like the Italians, long before, or in the 13th century at the very least, but long before colonization started, with us believing that, you know, trade was something only started after colonization. The same with Kilwa Kisiwani in Tanzania. Is the interesting thing about this is that obviously we know it was a trade hub. It had its heyday in the 13th and 15th centuries. However, one of the interesting things about this particular site is that there were various coins that were found from Great Zimbabwe, which means that intra-Africa trade, so the AFCFTA as it stands today, was probably, obviously in a different shape and format, but was probably, you know, in existence long before colonization on the continent gave us the borders that we now sit with and are trying to work around. The Adams calendar in South Africa, where you are currently at the moment, or what we call the African Stonehenge from a historical perspective, is claimed to be a sundial of sorts, which signifies, you know, obviously both engineering and trade existed for many generations. I think one of the most important lines or signifiers for me has, in this last couple of years, in understanding and unpacking the Free Movement Protocol and Africa's history and connecting the dots for ourselves, was a line that I found in the Oxford Research Encyclopedias that basically said, it is likely that the human species started spreading on the planet within and outside of Africa between 2 and 2.5 million years ago. Now, this is what is probably one of the biggest statements to be made, and by, you know, South Africa, for example, or the Anglophone countries, former colonizers, from an Oxford perspective, is that Africa, as we now understand it, taught the world about movement, taught the world about migration, but specifically taught the world about trade and the reason or the basis of trade being movement of goods, movement of services, movement of people, all interlinked in order to be able to get us to the point that we need to get to. Very quickly, and some of you will recognize this, some of you won't, but some of you will recognize the concept of this, and these are called the African passports. So they were, you know, little idols, little statues that were created, very tiny ones, that basically were the original concept of the passport from centuries ago. It signified which family you came from, it signified which tribe you came from. It spoke to especially Central Africa, so people would know where you came from, who you were, and who you were linked to. So the concept of the passport is very much an African thing, so to speak, in order to be able to get us to the point of understanding who we are and how we have come about in the last few generations. So what I wanted to explain or contextualize before I go into my presentation about the FMP very quickly was to contextualize Africa's history and to contextualize exactly who we are as a continent and where we come from and how we move forward. Also, just to be able to take you through very quickly, as I said, some of you will know this, some of you won't, but just to look at it from a very quick view perspective in terms of regional integration. So this notion of regional integration, this notion of what we call a borderless Africa, but actually it's not borderless, but this notion of a borderless Africa or regional integration, and under the rubric of pan-Africanism was heralded by Sheikh Anta Diop's essays. It came about, with Kwame Nkrumah making that very historical speech in 1963, and so on and so on. Then in the 1990s, coming out of the Cold War, we had this economic, obviously in the basis of economic decline, Africa's first recognized genocide, etc., etc., etc. We're now sitting in a space in the 1990s that we needed to understand this notion of this African Renaissance and the ability for us to be able to turn around our declining economic situation. This concept was then further popularized by President Nelson Mandela and then his successor, Thabo Mbeki, where they reinforced the Millennium African Recovery Program. And Senegal's President Wade then combined, and we have now the organization that our previous speaker was, NEPAD, and the birth of NEPAD in terms of this focus on economic recovery and technically the African Renaissance, or another coin term, Africa Rising. The Abuja Treaty puts it all together for us because it envisages African integration, makes provisions for free movement and trade in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And the AFCFTA was born out of all of this. And this is where we are today, where we sit with, unfortunately, a misalignment. Just to contextualize things, and I don't like us to compare because we are two very different continents, two very different regions, but because our former colonizers took the idea of migration and trade and uniting the continent under this premise, it is important for us to be able to contextualize and relate it back to how the European Union actually came about based on this learnings from Africa, and then also how they have structured their particular framework. They have structured their particular framework based on the 4 fundamental freedoms, which has been a legally binding thing for all members, for all European Union members who want to join the European Union. It is legally binding for them. They have to sign off on it in terms of being able to sign off on the 4 fundamental freedoms, which is the free movement of goods, the free movement of services, the free movement of capital, and the free movement of people. It is under one legislative framework. It is not separated and divided like the way ours is. It is one. They have, and I've said this to the Immigration and Trade Committee as well, is that the European Union has been to their parliament 17 times to make the decision whether to separate the 4 fundamental freedoms and let them operate on their own. And 17 times it was declined because it did not, after many debates, they figured out that it would not work out. So with this context in mind, please understand why I'm kind of relating this to you, is that we need to understand why they have gone 17 times and they have declined it 17 times, because the fundamental part of the fundamental freedoms is that it needs to operate, or it needs to coexist in order for it to be successful. The European Union came together within a period of 9 years. It was from 1960 to 1969. They created all of their wealth, all of their prosperity that we see today, the results of, they created in what they refer to as the swinging 60s in those 9 years. It's on their website if you want to be able to go and have a look at it. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's taken us more than 60 years to get to just the AFCFTA. We need to understand the power of how, where, and what our next steps are in order for us to be able to drive what needs to be driven. The previous speaker spoke about wealth creation. I speak about it in terms of, because obviously I'm from the African Prosperity Fund, so I speak about it in terms of prosperity and prosperity for all Africans in our lifetime. So for me, this is very, not just a project, not just something that I am focused on. It is very much a passion point for me in order for us to be able to get to that point for the next generation. It is no use talking about Agenda 2063. It is no use talking about AFCFTA if we are not going to understand the fundamental alignment that the FMP needs to have in all of this, and focus that it needs to be able to be given. Speaking of which, when you look at Agenda 2063 and the flagship projects that have been underlined by within Agenda 2063, you will see that number 6 is very clearly the African passport and the free movement of people. Number 5 is the establishment of the Continental Free Trade Area, which has now been done. We are at, and His Excellency Wamkele Mene would have told you that we are on number 47 in terms of the countries that have ratified. We are at 54 signatures, so they are in full implementation mode, but not in full operationalization mode until we hit 54 signatures and 54 ratifications. But my question to you as our African Parliament, our Pan-African Parliament, is that what happens the day that those ratifications hit 54 in terms of, it aligns to the number of signatures? What happens? What happens is that operationalization is supposed to start to take place. My question would then become, the fact that we have not ratified the FMP, how is that going to work? So we are going to have free movement of goods and services, even to a certain extent, free movement of capital. But we're not going to be able to have the human beings to deliver the goods. We're not going to be able to have the human beings to deliver the services, or even the money for that matter, in terms of the free movement of capital. So the question becomes, is that this misalignment, how are we going to deal? Just to be able to put into context, is that this is the live tracker as at this morning, or, my morning here would be your afternoon, in terms of the flight trackers. So this gives you an indication of exactly where the planes are heading, what is moving, people are moving, things are moving, goods and services are moving. And if you look at intra-EU, if you look at intra-Asia, and if you look at intra-US, obviously just the US is one country and, kind of almost a continent by themselves. But if you look at that, you understand that the movement of goods, services, people, and capital, there's a reason why it is consolidated and why it is set up the way that it is set up. So now we take into context that Africa holds the largest reserves of cobalt, diamonds, platinum, and uranium. It is where 65% of the world's arable land is found, which means food, and 10% of the planet's total internal renewable freshwater source. well as we are literally the continent with the next generation of work or next generation of employees or next generation of human capital, because the rest of the world is basically aging with the exception of Asia. So when we look at this, why is it that there is not a consolidation of movement on the African continent when we hold and own all of commodities that are supposedly moving? And obviously the question is very centered around the fact that raw materials leave Africa, but finished goods, services, and people are moving in areas. So we have disassociated ourselves from at least from a trade perspective from the world, yet we own all, if not all, of the commodities in the world. We have removed ourselves, or we have been removed, and we are not ensuring that we are including ourselves effectively. The Rex, I'm not going to go through this in the interest of time. However, I will, the Pan-African Parliament Committee on Trade and Immigration has this presentation to be able to be shared. But the different RECs are at different stages of regional integration and instruments of implementation. ECOWAS is probably the furthest in terms of practice on abolition of visa requirements and adoption of common travel documents. They find it the easiest to move in terms of their citizens and their people. COMESA and SADC have produced regional instrument very focused on trade, but non-ratification in terms of the FMP as a full regional commitment. COMESA has a protocol which is in force, which addresses the relaxation of visa requirements, but it focuses mainly on trade. While that is perfectly fine, we need to understand how that the misalignment will impact it going forward and how it will impact the AFCFTA. So you can go through the rest of this in terms of just where each REC is, just to be able to give you context and a summary of exactly which REC where. Just very quickly to take you through the various activities and programs and initiatives that was undertaken by African Union ECOSOC, which I led and facilitated from 2022. We first started in 2022 with civil society and civil society sensitization forums to be able to make them understand there's this thing called the FMP. It's based on the Migration Policy Framework of Africa. And, the AFCFTA is coming. It was established and implemented on the 1st of January 2021, so a year earlier. What is going to happen once we reach full operationalization of the AFCFTA? And we started the sensitization awareness with the CSOs. We had 289 African CSOs in the various rooms. We visited 4 cities that we did the sensitization forums in. There were 47 member states represented by the CSOs, all 5 major regions, and obviously the whole goal is One Africa. Very quickly, just to give you some emerging themes so that you know what came out of these sessions or what emerged from these sessions, is that very clearly we needed to understand that African movement is happening, whether legally or illegally, whether documented or undocumented, whether by permission or not permission, but movement is happening. We just need to catch up with the people of Africa in terms of being able to ensure that there are regulations, there are frameworks, there are legalization, and that our people are protected under the various laws, and that they are not, necessarily getting up to things on the one side that they shouldn't be from a criminal element perspective, but also that those that need to be protected are. So it, the coin, it's the both sides of every coin that we need to look at. One of the major things, obviously, that emerged, which is why I keep on speaking about it, is the misalignment and the non-implementation. So AFCFTA is forging ahead, accelerating at top speed. The FMP is dragging behind, and we're going to reach a point where the AFCFTA will be stalled in certain respects, not all, obviously, but in certain respects. So all this acceleration that they have earned and that they have worked towards, there's going to be some kind of delay, some kind of stopgap, some kind of something that is going to prevent us from fully moving forward because the FMP has not been fully ratified and is not being accelerated. The current positioning, one of the major things that emerged, and member states attended some of these sessions. I'm going to come to a point where I speak about the member states themselves, but member states were in the room. So there was a mixed bag of people that were in the room. As much as it was about CSOs, there were other stakeholders present. One of the biggest things that emerged was that the word free in free movement protocol is hugely disruptive. It is not productive by any stretch of the imagination, and it doesn't allow for us to be able to progress. So this word free becomes a challenge, and it becomes an area or a focus that we need to work on and we need to deal with. The EU comparison, as I've given you, is something that we can relate to in terms of context. And we just need to bear in mind that if this has been done before, there's a case study for us to be able to look at. We need to be able to look at it in those terms, not necessarily copy them, but to be able to look at it in terms of it being a case study. Policy versus sovereignty. So, there's always the issue between African Union policy frameworks, regulation, et cetera, and then obviously sovereignty, nationalism, and where to find the balance between the two. In this particular case, it is more highlighted and more spotlighted than ever before, this either balance or imbalance, depending on how you look at it. Accelerate regionalization. The plan was always regional integration. So we just need to look at it in terms of what that means in the current framework and in the current climate. Last year, we moved on to what we refer to as the National Dialogue Series. We sat down with a handful of nations, member states, and had very open, honest conversations with them about the free movement protocol and understanding exactly what the challenges were, what are the issues. We took, we were very careful and sensitive about ensuring that we took, whether it was small island states, whether it was large countries, so that we had a statistically valid sample size and sample to ensure that we got a good understanding across the board of the various challenges and issues that member states had with the free movement protocol. There were 344 people that were in the room representing whether organizations, whether member states, whether stakeholders, different people, different levels, and from different entities and stakeholding. 49 member states were represented, and all five of the major regions were in the room. What were the emerging themes from there? The issues of racism, tribalism, cultural dominance, discrimination, things that we all know. We don't necessarily speak about officially and formally, but things that we all know, things that we've all experienced, things that we all understand, that came to the fore most importantly out of these particular sessions. Digital infrastructure, obviously, and infrastructure in general was a big challenge because some countries like Seychelles, for example, is way ahead when it comes to border control in terms of digital and just general infrastructure. And then obviously we have member states that have no infrastructure, no digital infrastructure, no security, no security infrastructure. So this was obviously this imbalance of both digital and physical infrastructure is a major challenge for us from an FMP perspective or ratification of the FMP. State revenue implications. We've got countries like Mauritius that do not charge for a visa. Then we've got countries that charge, huge amounts, and it's now become part of their national income or their national revenue. So the moment you use the word free, it spells various things for the ministers and the technocrats, especially from a revenue perspective, and the national treasuries. They start to panic, thinking they're going to lose that particular line item on their income statement. However, and I'm going to quote the representative, the ambassador of Mauritius to the African Union, when he speaks about the fact that come to Mauritius, enjoy Mauritius, shop till you drop, and that's how we get our revenue. In my response to this particular challenge, climate poverty is our reality. I saw that it came up in the previous speaker's presentation in terms of accelerating Agenda 2063 for the next 10 years. People are moving. Agriculture, small agriculture, is a big form of income, of wealth creation on the continent, and climate poverty is huge for us, which is driving movement across the continent. And with the FMP not being ratified, it is going to put us further into climate poverty as people are looking, they're moving a couple of kilometers up the road and now having to cross the border because the climate change is affecting us in major ways and is affecting their ability to be able to produce agricultural products. There was another call to consider to rename and reword the Free Movement Protocol. The word free is really a huge challenge. We had member states actually saying to us, why is it called free when it's not free? Because if anything, the Free Movement Protocol is highly regulated. So if anything, it is not free, but yet it is called free, and which has created much response or lack thereof, depending on how you look at it in terms of us having to deal with that. Lastly, as an emerging theme on this particular aspect, and I'm almost done, is that we need to have focused resources. So there's misalignment once again. We've got an AFCFTA fully fledged, set up secretariat, an SG that is in place and that is, accelerating the implementation and operationalization of the AFCFTA, but the FMP doesn't. So once again, from a case study perspective, contextualizing the fact that the EU refuses to separate their four fundamental freedoms, but we, from a case study aspect, we have a misalignment even in how we are approaching the importance or the operationalization of the fundamental regulations that we need to use in order to be able to move certain things forward. Very lastly, just to be able to put it into context, is that this year is focused on, we approached it from a sector or segmented engagement perspective. So we've already had sessions specifically with member states. So we had either, officials, senior officials, so either a director general level or the head of administration in either home affairs, foreign affairs, depending on which portfolio or ministry was the relevant one in each member state. And they came together at the beginning of this year. I facilitated the session with them, and they, of their own accord, have now said that they want to set up a task force to be able to drive the ratification of the Free Movement Protocol. They're giving it their everything because the member states have realized that this misalignment with the AFCFTA is going to create major problems for us as we move forward. We have also had, I've literally, before I came to the US for my official visit from an African Prosperity Fund perspective, I was wearing my African Union ECOSOC and GIZ FMP hat. And we facilitated a session with the youth in Addis at the African Union in order to be able to create an awareness with them from a domestication and implementation perspective, to say to them, how are they going to be affected by it? Things like studying, things like skills development, those kind of things are affecting our youth immensely as we speak. We are planning for a women and gender session towards the quarter 3, which we are now in as of today. So that is coming next, and we've got one more plan before the end of the year. So this is where we are at in terms of the domestication and implementation of the AFCFTA at the nexus of the Free Movement Protocol, and how this misalignment is going to impact or hold our continent back in terms of all of the good things that you would have heard from His Excellency Wamkele Mene about the AFCFTA. And I am an AFCFTA advocate first, interestingly enough, before FMP. I picked up or I started driving the FMP agenda about 3 years ago when I realized that this misalignment was going to create hurdles, was going to create, an issue, that we're going to have a bottleneck towards the end of the implementation or operationalization of the AFCFTA. So I'm going to leave this here, just obviously from a time perspective. I'm going to leave this here, but just to end off and to appeal to all the members of Parliament, honourable members, you have within your power to be able to look at how to work with your national counterparts and how to make them understand how we could do things like circular migration, how we could move skills across the continent from one country to the other instead of importing it from outside of our borders. How do we create circular migration where we move plumbers and builders and engineers from one country to another? And, it allows us to be able to create the economic development and economic growth that we are so desperately needing and so desperately wanting to be able to achieve under Agenda 2063. So on that note, that is my appeal to all of you, is to look at how you can work with your national counterparts in either home affairs or foreign affairs, depending on which one it is, in order to be able to drive this agenda forward. And I will end on that note and hand the floor back to the Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for your time.
Merci, Madame Yavi.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Yavi, for your very clear and edifying presentation. I really appreciated your presentation in terms of the history of our continent, in terms of free trade between various peoples. Concerning what you said about the activities of Parliament to create awareness on the necessity of adopting the protocol on free movement, we promise that we will work on that, and I ask my colleague parliamentarians to do their very best to encourage the signature and ratification of this protocol, because it is so important for free movement of trade and services, employment, for the resilience and well-being of our people. So we will all work together to arrive at the ratification and implementation of the protocol on free movement in Africa. Unfortunately, Mr. Venani, Deputy Chairperson of the Committee on Trade, is not here. However, the two speakers, Mrs. Yavi and the representative of Mr. Abdisalam, are here online while we wait for Mr. Venani. Thank you very much, Mrs. Yavi. You please, could you stay online to respond to various observations and answer questions? Thank you.
Yes, sure.
Nous allons donc ouvrir le débat.
The floor is open. We have a list of speakers. The first speaker is Honorable Maboke Ketlo Yvonne from Lesotho. Honorable, you have the floor.
Honorable n'est pas là, il n'est pas là avec nous.
Honorable member from Lesotho is here or absent? Let me then go to the second speaker, Honorable Marie Sandra Munya Mayot. Where are you? Please stand up so that we can see you. Very well. So you have the floor, sir.
And thank you for the presentations that we had this afternoon. Perhaps my my interface will be on the NEPAD speaker regarding the 2063 agenda. I'm not sure if I have to continue or not now.
So.
Okay, members are saying I should continue. I thought if she's not there, then I cannot. Maybe to the speaker who was representing Mr. Mohammed on the NEPAD issues. Members are on my case today. And I hope you keep that all members should stand up. Yeah, on the issues that were raised, I think on the 2063 agenda, a number of important issues have been raised. And it is very important to know that the 2063 agenda was launched in 2013. That surely denotes that the 10 years has elapsed. And key issues have been raised that when they did an evaluation for the first
Désolé, monsieur.
Sorry, sir. Honorable dear colleagues, I apologize for leaving the chamber for a few minutes. I have taken note that you are neither the first nor the second speaker. So those who are on the list first will take the floor first, and then you will. I'm sorry, honorable member. Marie Sandra Munya Mayotte. From Mauritius is not here. She's not here. The third speaker, Honorable Kutshami Nikes from Benin. Where are you? I'm here. Very well. You have the floor, Honorable. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, I have given my opinion on the issue on immigration, trade, free movement, by saying that when there is a lack of security, there is a huge obstacle to free movement. Terrorism and extremism do not facilitate free movement in Africa. It is very sad to see our children marginalized because of immigration. So because of AFCFTA, I believe that this should be a big opportunity for Africa in terms of education systems. Madam Chair, I can tell you that my country has committed since 2023 has committed to the implementation of Agenda 2063. During this period, we would wish to become a very strong country, inspiring ourselves from the Agenda 2063. I would like to say that emphasis should be made on the model law on planning and sustainable development and assessing public policies. Also, emphasis of institutionalization of a legal framework for coordination of public action. And also that the African Union and NEPAD emphasize the construction of infrastructure. You can imagine that if we have an infrastructure project, Madam Chair, if we don't coordinate with Nigeria, we cannot go forward. We need an integrated program. And the institutions at the level of the African Union should play their role in terms of funding mechanisms. In my country, we have approximately 300 public services that are dematerialized. So the building of databases and information systems must be linked to the territories as well. Thank you very well. That is what I had to say. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable, for your contribution. And now we have Margaret Kamal, Senator from Kenya.
Apparemment, la sénatrice n'est pas là.
Apparently, Madam Senator is not here. Honorable?
La parole. OK, donc on passe au suivant.
Let us go to the next speaker, Honorable Mamelo Foucault from Lesotho. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Likewise, I am Mamelo Poko from the Kingdom of Lesotho. I found today's topic very interesting, and I realized that Africans have long been interested in a lot of things, and Africans have been great inventors of concepts like the passport concept. Today, we want free movement. Long ago, we wanted the passport concept because we wanted security. And I think today, though we still want security, but we realize the need for a very strong unity or the need for union that will help us grow economically, that will help Africa to be able to use its own raw materials that have been going out of the continent and leaving the continent poor. And I also believe that if I remember quite well, though we were thinking about uniting Africa, some years ago, we came up also with initiative of Renaissance, African Renaissance, the idea that Africa could become a significant power and player in the world. And I think it's through this institution that Africa can be able to unite. And also, I felt interested when I realized that, oh my God, when I realized that though we are passionate about our unity, we still have that fear because we are vulnerable. We have very poor infrastructure. We have educated but poor resources. So our youth end up at the laps of traffickers where they get to be all kinds of slaves. So I really think we should work hard and focus on the unity of this beautiful continent. Thank you.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your intervention. The next speaker will be the Honorable from Lesotho. Honorable, you have the floor. Honorable Ola.
L'honorable.
The Honorable Member is not there. We move to the next. That is Honorable Senator Domson Mogotana. Honorable Senator, are you there? Are you in the hall? The Honorable Senator is not. Yalet Elit Mutwatna.
Okay, so it is Bensala from Tunisia, the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Thanks to all colleagues. Thank you for the interventions. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the Republic of Tunisia, my country, which is suffering from a number of false interpretations and allegations that are baseless. Because in Tunisia, we are speaking about the freedom of movement. And the freedom of movement that we mean, the movement between the African countries. And here, and find myself in a situation that I need to raise this point. Tunisia, located in North Africa, we are the last countries as a passage for the immigrants. And we know that they are the countries, the source of the immigrants, and then the endpoints like us in Tunisia, that we are the last entry point. So all the clandestine immigration are crossing other countries to end up in Tunisia. Our country, is welcoming all Africans. We welcome you all to come to our country through the legal and ordinary ways. You are all welcome. As a Tunisian citizen, I travel to a number of African countries, and all the time I carry my passport and I carry the necessary documents like the vaccination cards. But what we are speaking about right now in Tunisia is that we have visitors from other countries that we don't know who they are. The authorities in Tunisia is not aware about these people who are paperless. They don't have any identity cards or anything that can track or to tell you who are they. More than that, that the majority of the groups that are coming to Tunisia, and here I'm not speaking about the immigration, but we are speaking about networks of these clandestine migrations and human trafficking that are affecting in the different forms of social media. They are affecting people. There are some even in the Arab Gulf states. They are organizing and broadcasting the videos of how to pass from your country through Tunisia and then from Tunisia to Europe. So here we will find that the networks are doing group work of human trafficking work that is done outside the continent. And here is that even what you call them, these boats of being manufactured in a way that it is to be done 2 to 3 hours before the trip starts, and then it is uploaded with the immigrants. And this is what the Tunisian authorities will not allow. We have a lot of pictures and evidences that documenting how the authorities in Tunisia are trying to save the lives of these people. There are people from the Tunisian authorities who are sharing what they have with these people. So what we don't want you to come out with here is that Tunisia is against you. Tunisia is always stretching the hand to all African countries through the Pan-African Parliament to explain to you its policies regarding this type of immigration. Our doors are open for the legal immigration, and Tunisia's name is Africa. The name that the continent is holding is the name of Tunisia. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayman, Honorable Ayman, for this explanation, which is trying to highlight the situation of what is going on in Tunisia. Tunisia is a very hospitable country. It is a country that many of the Africans here in this room have studied in Tunisia or went to Tunisia for medical treatment. And thank you for this explanation. Right now,
We'll now continue with the list. The next speaker is Mario Tixeradi from Cape Verde. Honorable Member of Parliament, you have the floor.
Muito boa tarde, muito obrigado, senhor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues and everyone present. My intervention is in the sequence of the brilliant presentation made by Ms. Yavi Madurai that made it clear that there will be no free trade area in Africa if there's no free movement of people and goods. Who does the trade is people, so we have to find ways of the continent to be able to reach a certain point where we have free movement of people. Effectively, there are taboos and constraints faced by countries and also by our leaders, which is regarding insecurity in African countries due to instability caused by war and also border security. So we need to, as MPs in our parliament, be able to advocate strongly so that our leaders in the meetings can be able to make people understand that the free movement of people should be a goal to be achieved very soon in Africa. Otherwise, it will not be able to have this free trade area. So for that, I would like to indicate that since this year, the theme of the African Union is education, I believe that education is one of the channels to minimize the issue of xenophobia, because this problem is still an issue in Africa, and it creates an obstacle to free movement of people. And I believe that with the massification of education, we can reduce this problem. Regarding my country, Cape Verde, we had many developments in terms of education, and we managed to have free education to everyone up to grade 9. And we have managed during the last 30 years to reduce illiteracy. In terms of the free movement of people and goods, we have an example at ECOWAS, 15 countries with free movement, and we have positive results. And also, Cape Verde has signed some protocols on free movement of people, and together with Portuguese-speaking countries and Seychelles, Mauritius, and we signed a protocol with Morocco. So we will continue working with our African countries so that the free movement of people is a reality in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your intervention and for your willingness to work towards attaining this free movement and free exchange amongst our countries. The next speaker is Abdu Kutangu from the Republic of Uganda. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, my attention is going to be on the presentation of Africa's Agenda 2063. One of the biggest elephant in the room is the public debt, and I expect the gentleman to have commented about it. The figures now going around that this continent owes $1.8 trillion in public debt. And many countries, Madam President and colleagues, spend 65% of their GDP on debt repayment. You cannot compromise. It's going to compromise future economic development if you are spending almost 2/3 of your income paying debts. And getting a debt is not a problem, but where do you invest it? Do you invest it in where you can make more wealth, or you are investing it in areas of consumption? The continent is in trouble because if you are going to be paying 65%, Madam President, of your income to debtors, what money is left for economic development? And moreover, this is the burden we are giving to the children and our children coming tomorrow. How have we spent the money? we need to tame our appetite for borrowing. And if we have to borrow, then we must invest properly where we can have sustainable return on investment. I hope the gentleman who discussed Agenda 2063 has something to say about Africa's public debt. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your brilliant intervention and complementing this discourse, talking about Africa's debt and how it affects future generations. I would like to thank you, and I hope the presenter would have to respond to you immediately after the end of this discussion. We have now come to the end of our discussion. We've listened to the speakers, and apparently I don't see anyone seeking the floor. There have been proposals, findings, and comments, and I would like to call on Honorable Member Fenani to respond or to discuss with colleagues. And I would also like to call on the presenter who made the presentation on Agenda 2063 to respond to the issues raised by Honorable Katunda from Uganda. Honorable Ninani, you have the floor.
Very much, Madam First Vice President, Honorable
Honorable, excusez-moi, on vous invite au...
Honorable, you are invited to come to the podium.
What?
Madam President, due to the lateness of the hour, there are no contentious issues that were really raised for me to respond on them. Safe to say that we know what needs to be done. It is us that go and become hostile when we go back to our domestic parliaments, to go and push the PAP agenda. How many of our countries present even these reports in our own parliament? Because the job of advocacy cannot be the job of the heads of states. Ratification is a job of the governments and heads of states. But we should thrive at least at advocacy, making sure that we sensitize our own legislatures back home, that we need to do things differently for a better Africa. Because one of the biggest problems that we have on our continent is a continuous creation of big quackocracy, big institutions, big terminologies, but then these institutions and terminologies are not given effect by those that are supposed to accelerate them. And that is the biggest elephant in the room. I want to urge legislators, when you go back to your country, when we come here next season, let's know how many countries are willing to ratify. How many countries have even discussed these reports of free movement of persons in their own parliament? By doing so, we would have moved a step much further than coming here, House of Palava, talk, go back, talk, and never take action. It's time for action, and I plead for action. And Honorable Deputy Vice President, I ask for the report to be adopted. Muchas gracias.
Avant de vous...
We are going to call on our colleagues to adopt the report which was presented by the other colleague. Let's adopt it by acclamation. Thank you. So if the speakers are still online, would request them to react to the earlier speakers from the parliament. Madam Yavi, are you still online? If you are online, would like to request you to react to what was said by the speakers.
Le monsieur du NEPAD, est-ce qu'il est en ligne?
Is the gentleman from NEPAD online?
Apparemment, les présentants.
Apparently, the presenters are not online. So we've come to the end of this session. And I'd like to call on the clerk to tell us whether there are any announcements.
Honorable President of this sitting, I would like to announce that the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament and his bureau will be hosting a dinner at Gallagher Estate. Ballroom 1 is the room at Gallagher Estate in celebration of 20 years anniversary of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable President advises that those members that are still here, it might be best if they proceed directly from here to Gallagher Estate, which is just outside 2 minutes walk and a minute drive away from this precinct. For those members that are already in their hotel, transport will be provided. Tomorrow's plenary resumes at 9 a.m. and the order paper will be distributed via email to all members. These are the announcements for the day.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The meeting is adjourned till tomorrow, and I would like to thank you all.